Committee for the National Council on Electricity Policy. Paul?
Thank you, Kerry. The National Council on Electricity Policy is a platform for all state-level electricity decision makers. And just a second, I lost everything here, which is the way all standard meetings should run, correct? You get started and then your screen magically disappears. Good. Hey, I'm back. NCEP, as I mentioned, it's the National Council on Electricity Policy, and we're a platform that looks at a lot of state-level electricity decision makers and engages them to share and learn from diverse perspectives on the evolving electricity sector. Our organization includes representatives from public utility commissions, air and environmental regulatory agencies, governors, staffs, and state energy offices, state legislatures, and consumer advocates. And NCEP is administered by the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, which we lovingly refer to as NARUC. NCEP specifically serves as a forum for collaboration around grid-related topics at the state, regional, and national levels, and it offers a unique opportunity for state electricity decision makers throughout the country to examine and explore the ways that new technologies, policies, regulations, and markets impact state resources and also the bulk power system. Now, as I mentioned moments ago, NCEP is led by a 12-person executive committee that represents utility commissions, state energy directors, legislators, consumer advocates, air directors, and governor's advisors. I'd like to take just a moment to welcome two new members of our executive committee. We have Chair Marissa Gillette of the Connecticut Public Utility Regulatory Authority, who has joined us on NCEP. And we also get to welcome consumer advocate Jennifer Easler of the Iowa Office of the Consumer Advocate. Thanks to both of you for your willingness to serve on the executive committee of NCEP. Now, since our 2018 annual meeting in Denver, Colorado, we've been focused on exploring intersections between the T&D systems by exploring opportunities for coordination across operations, markets, and now planning. Now, as we all know, emerging technologies, decreasing costs, consumer preferences, new energy service providers, and state and local efforts are driving significant growth in distributed energy resources, such as solar, storage, energy efficiency, demand-side management, and microgrids. And as more customers install DERs, electricity planning needs to account for the quantity, location, capabilities, load, and the production profiles of resources on the distribution system, and the bulk power system simply magnifies and becomes more important to us in the electricity sector. So with utilities making capital expenditures of more than $100 billion per year on behalf of customers, it's essential to consider the full range of investment options across the electricity system for cost-effectively meeting current and emerging grid needs, such as increased flexibility, variable renewable energy integration, and of course, resilience. Changes are perceived to be needed to both longstanding and emerging planning processes, such as integrated resource planning, distribution system planning, and transmission planning, so that we can align our goals and analysis of investments to cost-effectively meet grid requirements, customer needs, and state policy goals. New, more comprehensive approaches to electricity system planning and a more holistic analysis of system and customer needs and solutions can help improve the grid reliability and resilience, help optimize use of new and existing resources, help us avoid unnecessary costs to ratepayers. It can help support state policy priorities and help increase the transparency of grid-related investment decisions. Now, over the course of the next 3 days, we're going to hear from numerous perspectives on coordinated electricity planning, including visions of how it can be done, examples of where progress is being made, and some of the challenges and opportunities that still need to be overcome. Broadly speaking, we're going to hear some state and local stakeholders and national stakeholder perspectives on day one. We're going to hear utility, RTO, and consultant perspectives on day two, and dig deeper into progress as far as wrestling with concrete challenges and opportunities on day three. Now, the foundation for this week's content and the reason we address planning after operations and markets is the NARUC-NASIO Task Force on Comprehensive Electricity Planning. From early 2019 until early 2021, 15 state teams of NARUC and NASIO members worked together to develop innovative visions for how electricity system planning can be improved. Members of that task force created a series of roadmaps that describe how the building blocks of historically siloed resources, distribution and transmission planning processes, can be reconfigured for greater alignment, increased transparency, and a more robust stakeholder engagement. In addition, just last week, FERC officially appointed 10 NARUC members to a new FERC-NARUC Transmission Task Force that is the result of collective agreement that transmission planning and related issues need to be re-examined and modified to fit the times. The new FERC-NARUC Transmission Task Force will hopefully host its first in-person meeting in November this year in conjunction with our annual meeting for the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. That meeting hopefully will still be live in Louisville. Now, in both of the task forces I've referenced, utilities, electricity system stakeholders, and subject matter experts have shared and will share their perspectives in an effort to help identify opportunities for specific improvements to planning approaches. This week, we're going to review the NARUC-NASIO Comprehensive Electricity Planning Visions with all of you and use them as a launch point for identifying common ground in goals, opportunities, and next steps among the many speakers and participants that are represented here in this meeting. We strongly encourage you to use the chat feature throughout the session to share your own reactions and examples, ask questions, and contribute your perspectives to advance our collective dialogue. Now, at the end of each day, we're going to have some dedicated time to collect resources, references, and examples as well. So now let's hear a little bit more about the agenda and meeting scope from Kerry Worthington. Kerry?
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Shlander, for that overview and welcome. Thank you also to everybody for joining today. Yes, if we can go back to the slide about the participation, that'd be great. And thank you. And then I just wanted to just mention, thank you, President Paul Shlander, for that introduction. And thank you so much to the NARUC staff that have contributed to this meeting, particularly Danielle Sass-Burnett on the call today, helping me facilitate. She'll particularly come back for the end of the day discussions and for some speaking remarks today as well, of course. I also have Dominic Liberator and Jessica Diaz on the webinar with me today, and they are your tech support throughout the meeting. So thank you to everyone who's supporting us live as well. For participants, particularly for the Q&A and for the end of the day discussions, please feel free to raise your hand and unmute, use the chat box to participate throughout the meeting and get your questions out there, get your thoughts out to the marketplace of ideas. And we may not be able to cover everyone's questions, but that's why the chat is a really good way for other people to chime in that may not have the speaking floor at the moment. So if you'd like to participate and ask your question verbally, then please raise your hand, and then the moderator will call on you to unmute. These icons with the camera and the chat bubble will help us throughout the day know when to participate, and I will get to that in just a little bit. So we can flip to the next slide. We have the agenda for the next couple of days. Okay, I'm sorry, we can go back to the slide with the 3-day event. Thanks, great. Okay, today, Monday, September 15th, we will hear more about comprehensive planning from the perspectives of states and stakeholders. First, we will hear about the outputs from the Task Force on Comprehensive Electricity Planning. And then we have 3 states, Rhode Island, North Carolina, and Michigan, teed up to discuss how they have incorporated lessons learned from the task force into their state. The last panel of the day will feature stakeholder perspectives. Everyone is invited to participate at the end of the day. We have discussions for about 30 minutes, and I will describe that in a little bit more detail in a moment. Additionally, today, we will take a moment to recognize the outstanding work of one NCEP community member who has gone above and beyond in collaborating in the name of public service, inspired by NCEP's lead director, Jan Brink. Tomorrow morning, we open early with a bonus session to hear directly from the federal administration on their priorities and how those align with state planning and policy goals. In the afternoon, utilities, operators, and researchers of grid planning will share their perspectives on how planning, operations, and markets can come together in light of recent technology and policy developments. Finally, on Wednesday, September 15th, we open the day with a reset on state roles within and across regions. Then we will hear visions from a variety of T&D planning topics and from the NCEP community during a series of 15-minute roundtables. So the afternoon on Wednesday is a little bit more of a workshop where we will present an idea and hear from the community on what you think of those ideas. So be really ready to participate Wednesday afternoon and pretty actively. At the end of each day, participants are encouraged to share questions that they have for the NCEP community. So we can actually go to the slide with the information on the key participation points. You will be able to share your own examples, resources, and questions for the community. These points throughout the next 3 days are the times that we are really looking for audience participation. Each morning we have a virtual meeting room open. Some of you participated in our icebreaker today, so thank you. And that's another chance for us to do a tech check with the speakers. Then we do have, we set out Q&A for all of the topical panels throughout each afternoons so that the audience members can submit their questions either through chat or raise your hand for the moderator to call on you to verbally speak your question. So the end of the day discussions, we're inviting everyone to participate. We would typically have our sticky notes and flip charts throughout the room, but we can go to the next slide. And what we'll do is facilitate a roundtable for people to share what other resources they have found useful, what other examples that they might have that answers some of the questions about comprehensive and coordinated electricity planning, and then also provides an opportunity for particularly members to ask more questions of the speakers and the other audience members about what else is keeping them up. So all of these resources are filtered into the Transmission Distribution System catalog, the resource catalog. We have been building this resource since 2018, and it lists national and regional examples and resources in the 3 categories of planning, operations, and markets. So we hope you find that useful. It's an Excel spreadsheet with all of that information for you to download on the NCEP website. So at this point, I'm not seeing any questions from the audience. So with that, I believe I will turn it back over to Paul Shalander.
Thank you, Kerry. At this point, it's my pleasure to kick off the 3rd Jan Brink Award for Collaboration in Public Service. Back in 2019, NCEP initiated an award in memory of Jeanette Jan Brink, who energetically facilitated the National Council on Electricity Policy from 2014 to 2018. Sadly, Jan passed away in 2018. Her career was marked by progress on energy and environmental issues from a wide range of public service positions. And one of the hallmarks of her success in each of these roles was her desire to collaborate with others with diverse perspectives, positions, and organizations. This award honors other public servants who similarly view their positions as opportunities to help bring people together to accomplish public interest goals in the electricity sector. And to help give us just a little more insight on the person that Jan was, here is her sister, Judy Katz. Judy?
Thank you so much, Paul. And also thank you, Kerry, for giving me a brief opportunity to speak. On behalf of the family of Jan Brink, I want to express our deep appreciation to the National Council on Energy Policy and NARUC for honoring and remembering Jan through the creation of the Jan Brink Award for Collaboration in Public Service. Jan worked with NARUC from 2014 until her death in 2018. She believed deeply in the importance of the NARUC mission to improve the quality and effectiveness of public utility regulation and the critically important work of the NCEP to create collaborative relationships and strategies in order to address challenges in electricity policy. Jan dedicated her life to the values embodied in this award. She was committed to collaboration in the realms of energy, conservation, and sustainability in order to solve energy-related problems. She believed in bringing together diverse constituencies with forthright, honest, compassionate mediation, and upheld the highest standards of professionalism, at the same time maintaining intellectual curiosity and an infectious sense of humor that had a positive impact on all with whom she worked. Jan was a true friend to her professional colleagues, and she spoke very highly of her work with NCEP, NARUC, and the U.S. Department of Energy. An email that we received from Jan's colleague, Rich Shear, with whom she worked at Energetics for more than 20 years, echoes so many other messages that we have received since 2018. He wrote, "Jan was a great colleague and a good friend, and I miss her very much." Jan dedicated her life to the values of professionalism, expertise, wisdom, collaboration, and excellence. Jan would be thrilled to know that her career is being recognized, remembered, and associated with other collaborative leaders who share these attributes. Our only wish is that Jan could be here with us today to witness this honor. On behalf of Jan's husband, Peter, her children, Adam, Susan, and David, my sister, Martha, and me, thank you very much. And back to you, Paul.
Thank you, and appreciated those comments. This year's Jan Brink Award for Collaborative Public Service will go to someone that had a distinguished career that focused on local and national service. This year's awardee was actively engaged on several advisory committees, including DOE's Electricity Advisory Committee, and he's been a mentor to many up-and-coming energy leaders. The person we're honoring today has helped influence the conversation on energy policy and made friends throughout the energy sector. Our awardees' expertise is not limited to electricity, but they certainly have gone above and beyond to help push state and federal electricity policy forward. This year's awardee is someone many of us at NCEP know well. Not only did he serve the people of the state of Kansas on the House of Representatives for more than 24 years, but he also found time to serve as a distinguished member of our National Council on Electricity Policy. This year's recipient of the Jan Brink Award is Tom Sloan. Congratulations, Tom, and the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you, Paul, Kerry, and Judy. It is certainly an honor for me, but I also recognize that there are a lot of other very worthy people out there. And I endorsed, accepted the challenge that Jan presented through the NCEP to reach out not only to colleagues within our own field or profession, but to the larger audience, and give you a couple of examples of things that resulted from that collaboration in my years of service. We were hosting a FERC commissioner in Kansas right after an extremely long-lasting, very cold weather period. And the commissioner wanted to know why some of the utilities were not able to meet their energy production goals. And the answer was that while they had firm natural gas contracts, people were drawing more than their allocations before it got to the power plant. And so there was therefore a resulting shortage. The FERC commissioner had not heard that before, but it was an example of how having a state legislator, FERC commissioner, the Department of Energy staff, and the utilities sitting in a room together, talking things through, made a difference. As Paul mentioned, I served on the DOE's Electricity Advisory Committee next to the NCEP, probably the most important and rewarding committee in which I served, largely because it exposed me to different stakeholders, consumer advocates, commissioners, industry representatives, and of course the DOE folks, but also the researchers. What was on the horizon? How would our commissioners in Kansas and elsewhere be able to handle changes in energy storage technology within the existing legislative frameworks that they have to operate under? How would our utilities be able to make investments in technologies that might or might not return the benefits that were promised by the developers, but which we needed to invest in to keep our learning process going and ultimately to benefit all of our customers and the environment? So the collaboration that Jan espoused, that NCEP facilitates, and that those of us who've had the privilege of serving on the NCEP accept, has really guided my public service. And none of us exist in a vacuum. None of us serve in a vacuum. And all of us are influenced by the ideas, the discussions, the arguments, the disagreements that we engage in these discussions and meetings. And so I just really appreciate the honor to be the recipient of the Jan Brinch Award. I appreciate the opportunities that I've been offered, and I am pleased that Indiana Representative Eric Koch is involved with NCEP. That's the continuation of NARUC and NCEP's recognition that commissioners and legislators and other officials need to talk together. So thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you, Tom. It was a pleasure working with you on NCEP, and you certainly have joined a distinguished list of recipients of the Jan Brink Award. Look forward to seeing you again soon. Now let's go to Kerry Worthington, who's going to help us kick off today's very first panel. Kerry?
Thank you, President Chalander, and thank you, Judy, for the kind words about Jan. It's really great to remember her. And congratulations, Tom Sloan, and thank you so much for sharing your words of wisdom with us. We always appreciate your mentorship. Before we get to the first topical session, we actually have an announcement to make. Beginning October 1st, we will have we are hosting a training on modeling and other tools for planning that will be a continuation of today's program. We have, when we were putting together this schedule, we had a lot of interest from some of the national labs to run these sessions, and we thought to make a training out of it. So we have 4 really great topics for you on innovations in electricity modeling, including introduction to tools to support comprehensive electricity planning, state-of-the-art practices for modeling storage and integrated resource planning, IRP, integrating DERs into the bulk power system planning, and planning for climate variability. So each of these sessions are 2 hours long, and the last 30 minutes are reserved for Q&A. They are open to NCEP members, which are the electricity policy state agencies that we mentioned earlier. Stakeholders have access to the recordings after the live event. So if you're interested in that, be sure to follow our listserv for announcements. With that, I will just check to see if there's any questions from the audience. We can flip to the FAQ slide. The presentations are located on the agenda of the meeting, and they are linked to the they're linked to each of the panelists' name. We will get the bios onto the agenda as soon as possible. We meant to do that before the meeting, so I'll get that up. The meeting will be recorded, so this will be recorded. We're posting the full day recording as soon as we can, and then working over the next several weeks to break that up. But the full meeting will be posted as soon as we can. Again, please raise your hand in the reaction section or turn on your camera and wave at us to let us know that you are interested in being unmuted to speak your question. At any time, though, submit your question through the chat box. If you'd like to remain anonymous, you can just let me know or let Danielle know or one of the other cohorts hosts, and we'll get the information to the appropriate person. So I am not seeing any questions. I'm seeing a lot of congratulations to Tom Sloan, which is completely deserved. So we really appreciate his remarks again and his time that he served on the NCEP executive committee and his other various activities throughout the electricity sector. So, okay, not seeing any questions. If you're able to, just please update your name so that we have your full first and last name and affiliation. But at this moment, I would like to introduce the moderator for the first section on an introduction to modern, integrated, and comprehensive planning. This is a foundational session that will provide the latest thinking on comprehensive electricity planning and key considerations for policymakers, and it will dive deep into the outputs from the Task Force on Electricity Planning. To moderate the session, we have Chair Thomas from the Arkansas Public Service Commission. He has an extensive law background and is currently the chairman at the Arkansas PSC. He's engaged with the Organization of MISO States, and he participated in the NARUC-NASIO Task Force on Electricity Planning. So at this time, I would like to introduce him, and he will get you all set up for the session. Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Kerry. At NCEP, we get into the details on electricity policy. Those details drive the policy, but they're only one thing that drives the policy. You also have the human element, where things like trust, communication, leadership, and ability to work with others come to the fore. And Jan Brink was a person that brought those to the table, as does Tom Sloan, and we appreciate his service and congratulate him for the award. We will start by looking at the notions of comprehensive planning in the utility sector, where typically you've had resource planning for your generation. You had transmission planning, sometimes done by the RTO, sometimes done by others. And what we need to do is we need to add to that distribution planning, which is kind of new, but when we do that, we want that to be integrated well with the other types of planning so we don't silo off these planning initiatives and cause problems. And to that end, NARUC, NASIO, and DOE put together this program that basically studied this concept. Now, when you study the concept, you have different models out there that it applies to differently. Whether you're in an RTO or not is an important factor. Whether you're traditionally regulated or have retail access is another factor. And how far along the road of DR deployment you are is another factor. So what was done in the NARUC-NASIO effort was, well, funded by DOE, was we broke up these different models into what we called cohorts and assigned them a color so we could sort them apart. And then we had 3 states in each one. And we started out with regulators talking about what they saw they needed. We added to that mix subject matter experts to discuss how this planning should work. And then we brought in utilities to discuss how it should work and what their feedback was. And we developed a series of roadmaps that are applicable to each of these different types of regulatory structures. So that if you're a state that didn't participate, what you can do is you can look at that roadmap. Now they're complex because it's a complex topic, but at minimum, when you look at the roadmap, it gives you all the things that you should be thinking about as you seek to design these processes. So what we'll discuss in this panel is we had the folks here who brought this forward and who worked on it and put it together. Our distinguished panel includes Danielle Sass-Burnett, known to all of us at NARUC. She's been there since 2017. She serves as a director of the Center of Partnerships and Innovation. She's been involved with energy efficiency, clean energy workforce development, residential clean energy financing, combined heat and power, and state energy planning. Joanna Zetterberg is Senior Advisor to DOE's Office of Energy and Efficiency, Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, where she partners with states and communities on clean energy deployment. And finally, we'll hear from Kristen Burkloss, who currently leads NASIO's electricity program after completing an ORISE fellowship with DOE. Kirsten also serves as program manager at NARUC's international department, and she has extensive experience with climate, energy, and security policy. So we'll start out with Danielle. I think, am I getting that wrong, or did we tell Joanna that we would start with her, or will we start with Danielle?
We will actually start with Kirsten.
Oops, that was 0 for 2. Okay, Kirsten, thank you. Please present.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chair Thomas. And we appreciate all of your leadership throughout the task force. Thank you all for attending today. We're really excited, Johanna, Danielle, and I, to give you a little bit of an overview on the NARUC-NASIO Task Force on Comprehensive Electricity Planning, and specifically highlight some of the outputs that guide some of the thinking of the states that participated on comprehensive electricity planning. Next slide, please. So just a quick outline of what we're going to spend our next hour on. We'll give you a quick overview on the task force, who participated and what the process was. Talk a little bit about the planning process building blocks that were developed as a starting point for the cohort roadmaps. The cohort roadmaps are 5 unique visions that were developed by the cohorts that Chair Thomas mentioned, and these provide visions for aligned planning. We'll talk also a little bit about resources that you can find on NARUC's website that were developed throughout the task force process, and then talk finally about anticipated implementation challenges. We'll pause for questions throughout, so think about questions and feel free to put them in the chat or raise your hand and we'll call on you. And we're hoping to make this interactive and not just talk at you, but talk with you, and to leave ample time for roadmaps, questions, and other questions throughout the presentation. Next slide, please. So just from the outset, I don't think this is new to anybody, but the electricity sector, the energy sector is changing. We're integrating clean energy. We're thinking about how to make it more resilient and reliable in the face of cybersecurity issues and climate change and increasing hazards. There are different policy and legislative interests that states are expressing. The fuel price and other cost uncertainties certainly play a role. Consumers are shifting preferences and practices, and newer technologies at lower costs, and even new technologies that we hadn't thought about, in the last decades or so are emerging. So lots of things are going on. And our planning processes on the state side, as well as the federal side, of course, are having to reflect some of these key trends that are driving the need for change. That was sort of the impetus that led NARUC and NASIO to form this task force and to really look at how state planning processes can address and incorporate some of these really rapidly changing processes on the electricity sector. Next slide, please. So NARUC and NASIO came together to make an open call. We asked our members to apply together, both the state energy offices and the public utilities commissions. And we had selected 15 states and territories to participate in the task force. We really were looking to make sure that there's diversity of states, not just from a geographical perspective, but also in terms of market models, planning approaches, and state goals. And we really hear a lot from our members how valuable it is to always have the state energy offices and PUCs paired together. And so we made sure that those were paired and really provided a platform to have a great conversation, not just between these 15 states, but between all these different state agencies. We had the leadership was selected from the state, so this was really a state-led effort. The co-chairs were from Colorado and Indiana, and the co-vice chairs were from California and Ohio, and always reflected state energy offices and PUCs. Next slide, please. So just a quick note how this all unfolded. We had a very highly collaborative 2-year process, which culminated in February of 2021. 4 workshops were part of this process. Of course, coronavirus, the pandemic, made us switch to virtual for the last 2, but the first 2 were in person. And we really started out to identify key trends and form the cohorts that we'll talk a bit about more today, and articulate guiding principles for the process. And then the second workshop really focused on process maps and refining opportunities for planning processes alignments with the support of stakeholders and subject matter experts. And Chair Thomas already mentioned this, but I want to stress that, we of course drew a lot on our members' experiences, but we also provided a lot of input from subject matter experts, utility planners, and others that have, unique insights and knowledge about planning processes as they're currently unfolding. And then we're able to kind of, provide their input into some of the visions that our members developed. And so in the third workshop, we had kind of looked at how to operationalize some of these planning processes. And really, again, we had a lot of input from utility planners and subject matter experts. And I just want to thank everybody that was involved in this process. It was really great to have that collaboration. And then finally, at the end of 2020, we had a last workshop to look at how can states implement some of these visions that they developed throughout the task force. And then we had a workshop in 2021 in February that really focused on what others could take away from the task force that weren't part of the membership. Next slide, please. So I mentioned already in February 2021, we had the final cumulative workshop and we provided information on the task force, but we also celebrated all the action steps that our members have been taken since and throughout the task force. 12 states shared some of their next steps, and they really range from a variety of things: more holistic analysis, aligned planning with state priorities such as resilience or decarbonization, how to expand availability of data for distribution planning, how some of the technical conferences can be used, and briefings were held on some of the task force results. And other states looked at how to create and expand dedicated forums for stakeholders. You will hear from Michigan, Rhode Island, North Carolina about the actions they're taking just later today. So I'm not going to preview that too much, but I wanted to highlight, for example, Maryland held a technical conference in March, and then actually developed the stakeholder working group structure on distribution planning. And others, Minnesota also held a committee meeting. Puerto Rico issued a resolution in order to establish principles for distribution level investments, and Rhode Island announced results in economic and energy market analysis. So lots of things going on. You can see more of that also on our website. And with that, I will turn it over to Johanna to take us through how the visions and roadmaps were developed and what this is all about when we're talking about cohorts.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. So as you just heard, the task force members worked in teams, which we called cohorts. And the cohorts were specifically assembled to bring together members from states with similar market and regulatory characteristics, not only to support the team members themselves in developing their visions for aligned or integrated electricity system planning, but also so that the outputs that they developed would be relevant to nearly any state, whether they were part of the task force or not. So I think this slide is pretty self-explanatory, but you can see how the cohorts were bucketed within organized markets or outside of organized markets, and in states that are vertically integrated or restructured. We ended up with two pairs of twins, as we call them, the Amber cohort and the Choral cohort, being one twin within organized markets where utilities own generation assets, and both deciding to seek to align distribution, resource, and transmission planning. On the other side, the other set of twins were the Silver cohort and the Turquoise cohort. A little bit of a difference there with the Turquoise cohort also tackling transmission planning in their aligned planning processes. And then the Jade cohort is within an organized market, but the utilities do not own generation assets in the state of Jade. So this provides some background to the roadmaps and the process maps that we're going to go over today. Next slide, please. So the roadmaps and the process maps that we will present to you shortly use a color key to allow a common language across the cohorts while preserving diversity in approach. Now, I just showed you a color scheme on the last slide for the cohorts, but I want to just note that the color scheme here for the color key is different. So please bear with us. We obviously love colors and are a very colorful bunch here. The colors here refer to building blocks for electricity system planning processes, and they align with 8 generalized procedural and analytical planning steps that typically characterize electricity system planning processes. These steps focus on analytical and technical steps in the processes. You could think about the what of the processes. They don't focus on the methods or the tools or the how of how those steps could be taken. And I just want to point out in the lower left corner here, there's a reference to a source. So there is a 2-page briefing paper that was developed by the task force and is on the task force website that goes over these building blocks in more detail. So if you look at the resources section of the task force website, and you'll find the title that has building blocks in it, that's the right one. So the general planning process building blocks we have here are in red, establishing planning assumptions, in orange, the load and supply forecasting, in yellow, objectives and scenarios development, in green, establishing system needs, in light blue, solutions identification, in dark blue, solutions evaluation, in gray, finalizing the plan of preferred solutions, and in aqua at the end there, implementing that plan of the preferred solutions. So as we go forward and present to you today, you'll see that the task force members themselves in the cohorts ended up reordering, renaming, disaggregating these building blocks a little bit in ways that made sense to them as they explained their ideal visions for aligned planning, while still leveraging the categories and the color key to ensure that nothing fundamental was missing, and being able to use this common language of the building blocks, which allows for the ability to compare and contrast across the different approaches developed by the cohorts to really see the differences of visions that are possible, because these visions are really just a starting point for anyone to use. Next slide, please. So continuing with our colorful theme here, these rings that you see are visual executive summaries of the task force visions for ideal planning processes that Danielle, Kirsten, and I are presenting today. So you'll notice that these colors correspond to the building blocks I just showed, though you'll also see the variations in sequence from the standard order on the last slide, as well as across the cohorts. Each vision diagram is composed of 1 to 4 rings that represent distribution, resource, and transmission planning. So if you pick one, any one, just starting at the top and proceeding clockwise around the planning cycle, the wedges represent steps in the planning process, and where wedges stretch across more than one ring, the cohort is envisioning an integrated approach across planning processes or across multiple rings to completing that step in the planning process. You'll also see arrows connecting one step to another. This indicates where the cohort envisioned a cross-check or a data or information flow across individual planning processes, which really represents an alignment opportunity. All 5 cohorts emphasized the need to affirmatively consider state policy within planning processes, establish regulatory checkpoints, and incorporate robust stakeholder engagement. So you see the legend for those approaches in the upper left corner there of the circle and the square and the triangle. I'm going to turn it over to Danielle now to describe exactly what these are executive summaries of and to kick us off. Over to you, Danielle.
Thanks, Johanna. Nice to see everybody who's on video, and thrilled the rest of you are here as well. The visions that Johanna was describing are documented in roadmaps. This is a term that Chair Thomas used at the outset, and there is one for each of the 5 cohorts. We're going to give you some succinct details on portions of these cohort by cohort for the bulk of our presentation in just a minute, but we did want to orient you first. Each roadmap includes an introduction to the persona or the characteristics of the imaginary state that the cohort members created. It also contains a flowchart of the entire integrated or aligned planning process. Third, there are brief descriptions and explanations of each section of the flowchart, which emphasize differences from traditional status quo planning processes. And finally, there are points of evidence for the innovations that are incorporated in the planning steps in the vision. These are based on current state or utility examples or timely publications, and they offer starting points that states could use if they want to proceed in implementing some of these ideas or innovations into their existing planning processes. There are just a couple of things, last things I want to note before we jump in. One is that the roadmaps do not put these planning steps on a calendar-based timeline, and they don't say who will be responsible for the various steps. We collectively agreed that these decisions will absolutely vary across states, and we would leave it up to the individual states who are proceeding to decide what makes the most sense for them, given the sequences and timelines and different entities that are involved in planning in their own states. And then last point I want to make is that you've probably picked up on this, but the perspective of all the roadmaps is from a state commission or energy office who will be overseeing the planning process, but not implementing any of the analyses themselves. They will have input, have oversight, provide direction, but historically, utilities conduct the actual planning, and that will most likely continue in any of the states that are planning to proceed. So we're only going to spend about 5 minutes per roadmap, so we're clearly not going to be getting into these in all detail, but I will drop a link in the chat so that you can follow along to the individual roadmaps or explore them more fully on your own after the session today. So let me put that up while Jessica's moving to the next slide. I am excited to share with you the roadmaps for Amber and Coral. Amber is a fictional representative state. It is not an amalgam of the 3 state teams that created it, but rather it's a state with a specific set of characteristics who is starting fresh with a blank sheet of paper and designing their planning processes. So this was our approach to creating an ideal set of planning approaches. The states who comprised the cohort were advised to lend their expertise to the cohort on how they would design an ideal process. So for Amber, those states were members from California, Minnesota, and Virginia. Briefly about the state of Amber, Amber's utilities do own generation. They're vertically integrated, but the state is also located within an RTO market. They were focused on aligning distribution, resource, and transmission planning processes, as Johanna previewed earlier. And Amber is concerned in particular about extreme weather events, see the fire and ice on the slide, the damages and costs associated with those, and new transmission and generation siting due to fleet transitions that, of course, many are facing across the country, which include the retirements of fossil generation and installations of renewables in particular. They're also facing load growth, electrification most likely, and their overarching goal is to design an effective, cohesive, and coherent set of planning processes that will support state policy goals in particular. Next slide. As I mentioned, the Amber cohort included process steps and relationships between transmission, resource, and distribution planning processes, as seen in the colored rows. I know this probably looks a bit overwhelming, but I am going to walk you through to at least get you oriented, and then there's lots of explanatory text that you can use to become more familiar with the details. So at the top, you can see transmission planning is labeled as TPP. This is represented in 2 rows, but they're both in that gray upper portion. The top row is for the RTO, and the second row is for the utility. They both, of course, play a role in transmission reliability planning, and they coordinate with one another, as is typical in vertically integrated utilities that operate in RTOs. The Amber cohort structured their flowchart in 4 sequential phases, and you can see those yellow labels up at the top, and so I'll describe those in a little bit. I will also mention that the Amber cohort designed their process in keeping with what I call the rainbow color progression of the building blocks. Johanna walked you through the basic building blocks, those were essentially intended to be in a Roy G. Biv or rainbow colored progression so that the logic would be easy enough to pick up on. Phase 1 establishes the system status assumptions, and that includes scheduled additions and retirements and policy objectives that are going to guide the planning. It's the common foundation for all of the various planning processes. Phase 2 identifies the different forecast scenarios the planning has to consider, and it develops the associated forecasts in line with those. Phase 3 involves the detailed planning activities, including engineering studies, identification of needs and possible solution options for meeting those needs, and the crucial assessment of options to determine a preferred set of solutions. That results in a draft plan that is published for stakeholder review prior to formal submission to the regulator. And then phase 4 is the formal process, where a regulatory commission or RTO governing board will ultimately approve the plans through its procedural efforts. So I'm going to drill down into a few of the innovations in the AMBER cohort's vision on the next slide and walk you through some of those briefly. First, we want to, so we're going to point out, I'm going to point out four specific steps that are different from traditional planning processes. So first, I mentioned on the left here that in phase 1, we established the system assumptions and the policy objectives. This work is ultimately memorialized in a guidance document that the arrow is pointing to at the end of phase 1, and that will have some formal status at the state commission level and of course be publicly available. And it'll be used as that common foundation and also a consistency check across distribution planning, the resource planning, and the utility transmission planning. And it'll also be an input to the RTO transmission planning. In the middle there, at the end of phase 2, I want to point out those arrows. There is this reconciliation checkpoint that compares the specific scenarios and the forecasts that are developed in the distinct planning processes, the distribution resource planning and the transmission planning, to ensure consistency and to document and provide a rationale for any appropriate differences. But we want to be making sure that any differences are intentional. Then in phase 3, you can see some of these wide boxes that stretch across multiple verticals. That's the combined set of solution options, which end up being assessed to meet identified needs across all of the distinct planning processes to enable a whole system review of the options. So this results in prioritization and a determination, ideally, of an optimal set of solutions that collectively meet all needs from distribution, resource, and transmission planning levels. And finally, on the far right, you can see the arrows there. The final draft plans from each process are published for stakeholder review and comment prior to submission for formal approval. This is just one of the steps with upturned corners that I wanted to point out. Those represent steps that will involve dedicated stakeholder engagement, and that convention is used throughout all of the flowcharts that we're going to talk about today. So I'll take a quick second to see if there are any questions in the chat and invite folks to ask for clarifications by posting in the chat, and one of my colleagues to jump in if they see anything in there. If not, I'm going to jump to Choral, given our limited time, and then we'll pause again after Choral. So the Choral cohort was ably led by folks from Arkansas, Indiana, and Michigan. So Chair Thomas participated in this cohort and might have some things to add once I'm done providing you a synopsis, which of course I would welcome. Like AMBER, Choral's utilities are also vertically integrated, and the state is located within an RTO market. And in fact, in Choral's case, they are located within 2 RTO markets. So the state of Choral splits across 2 markets. They were also focused, like AMBER, on aligning distribution, resource, and transmission planning. Choral identifies itself as pragmatic, but takes calculated risks, was focused on ensuring the new process would support core regulatory principles like affordability, public interest, risk mitigation, and full consideration of alternatives, while also facilitating continuous improvements, adaptation to technology change, and enhanced visibility into system needs and data. Next slide. We'll take a look at Choral's flowchart here. Their vision looks quite different from AMBER's, and it's laid out somewhat differently as well, so let me get you oriented. You can see transmission planning at the top in 2 rows, but in this case, the top row here labeled level 1, that is a big picture. It represents the sequential steps in the planning process, while the second dotted row, level 2, represents more granular detail about those steps in level 1. You can also see that Choral took an aspirational and evolutionary approach to planning at the distribution and resource levels, combining those typically separate processes into a single process. But again, there's a tier 1 where you have the major steps and a tier 2 where you've got the dotted outlined boxes for more granular details. Like Amber, a key feature looking left to right is the Choral Cohort is a policy guidance and criteria document early in the planning process. This is the second one down in level 1 IRP IDP that's pink and orange on the outline. And that's going to influence numerous subsequent steps. Unlike Amber, the Choral Cohort did reorder some of the steps relative to that traditional rainbow building block progression. As you'll note, developing forecasts, which is orange, occurs after defining objectives and scenarios in both planning processes, which are yellow. So flipping orange and yellow. There's also a plan with the end in mind approach. You can see on transmission, there's a dark blue that is sequenced before the green. That is establishing selection criteria prior to conducting system studies, in this case on the transmission level. Other steps you'll get to see in more detail as I walk you through some of their innovations, starting with the next slide. And there are 3 innovations in particular that I wanted to highlight. One is around stakeholder engagement. Stakeholders are engaged at multiple points in the Choral process, not merely at the end of the IRP, IDP, and transmission processes when the draft plans are filed. When stakeholder input is suggested, again, I noted the corner of the box is flipped over, and we've used arrows here to indicate a number of places where stakeholder input is expected and will lead to important decisions and progress around the planning processes. Next slide. As you probably noted initially, there are quite a few linkages between the IRP, IDP, and the transmission plans. So focusing first on those upper arrows, the utility planners will identify system needs for transmission based on the IRP, IDP plans and state policy goals. So if you note, there are arrows in box 1 and 2 in transmission that are showing they're receiving input from the final IRP, IDP plan and from the guidance document that we talked about before. So by incorporating these planning priorities from the state and distribution level into the transmission system, the utilities should be better able to incorporate distributed energy resource solutions, for example. Turning to the bottom arrows, you can see another key linkage. In level 2, you can see there's a critical and connected optimization step in both of the planning processes for resources across generation, transmission, and distribution, GTD. And that is in fact similar to Amber and many of the other cohorts. And then one final innovation I want to point out on the next slide is feedback loops. So where possible, looking over here on the right-hand side of the flowchart, you can see that DER market data are used to inform future plans. Implementation of the IRP and IDP plan includes issuing an RFP. That is the second to last box. That RFP project data are received and then integrated back into step 1 for the next round of this cycle, the defined objectives and planning criteria. So they'll inform future IRP and IDP plans. And there's a description here in this, I think, Aqua section about how those data are going to be used and how they're going to inform the next cycle in this feedback loop approach. So we don't have much time, but Chair Thomas, if there's anything that you wanted to point out before we wrap up these 2 cohorts, I would certainly welcome your speaking up.
Thank you. I know it looks complex, but there's a couple of things you should think about. This is all for everyone. So if you're trying to do this for every state, you got to eat the whole meal. But if you're trying to do it for your state, what you do is figure out which of these 5 matches your state, and it gives you what the end game would look like with high DER deployment. So if you have lower DER flowing, this is giving you questions you need to ask and think about as you phase into this. Another point I would make, if you think this is complex, there's one thing I know of that's more complex, and that's trying to implement FERC Order 2222 if you're in an RTO and you don't have this. Because FERC Order 2222 seeks to establish the communication protocols so that new players on the grid can all communicate so those that operate the grid can see what's happening. And if you want that network to exist, networks have to be planned, and this will give you the roadmap to do that. So we appreciate the work. We'll get into more detail on this. And if you're a state, what do you do with this? Well, figure out which one of those states is most like yours. And if you trust completely, you have your answer, but that's not how people really think. Review it rigorously and you'll know what questions to ask, because this is comprehensive. That's why it's complex, because it's comprehensive. We sought to think about every single thing that they would do. So with that, I thank you all for your time and presentation. I know as we march deeper into this, we'll develop the themes we're trying to develop in the conference. So with that, I guess we go back to Kerry.
Nope, we're going to keep going through the rest of the cohorts. And
okay,
Jessica, you can go to the next.
Okay, I thought we were.
No problem. Thank you for your comments. Jessica, you can go to the next slide. As Chair Thomas said, it is complex, but these are all the results of a lot of thought and time and effort and dedication by folks from 15 states to really put in the work, and many other volunteers. As you can see in the Amber and the Choral Cohorts visions represent pretty different ways of approaching comprehensive planning and process alignment, even just within vertically integrated states that are RTOs. So neither is the right answer, but they are both starting points with different emphases. And if folks have questions, clarifying questions about these two roadmaps, we can take those now before Johanna takes over to review the silver and turquoise roadmaps with everyone. Johanna, why don't you jump in, and we'll encourage folks to use the chat. And I'll also mention that we'll have a longer Q&A period after each of the 5 roadmaps in just a little while.
Sounds good. Thank you, Danielle. So we're going to move on to silver and turquoise right now, where the utilities own generation assets, but where the states are outside of an RTO or ISO footprint. So starting with silver, the states who lent their expertise to the fictional representative state of silver were Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and North Carolina. Silver's utilities are vertically integrated. There is no retail competition. Silver is located outside an RTO market, so Silver's utilities have functional control over their transmission systems. Silver seeks to align distribution and resource planning processes. The state is experiencing both flat or declining load and is trying to be responsive to new customer needs and integrating new technologies while keeping in mind environmental needs, technical requirements, and affordability. And Silver has unique geography. You could think of it as maybe a lot of coastline, and so it's vulnerable to impacts to the electricity system from major storms. Consequently, reliability and resilience are top of mind. Next slide, please. The silver cohort vision aligns distribution system planning on the top row here with IRP on the bottom row. You can also see the cyclical nature of planning specifically acknowledged and captured where the next planning cycle begins on the right-hand side with the narrow empty boxes. As Danielle pointed out, this is not on a timeline. It's just acknowledging that there will be another cycle coming after this one, and so forth. The silver cohort envisioned several innovative steps that represent a departure from traditional planning practices, and they include first, common goals and objectives. So goals and objectives for DSP and IRP are identified at the outset with stakeholder involvement in ways that advance a level of congruence between the outcomes of both processes. Second, information flows for forecast alignment. Pathways for information exchange and shared data exist between the planning processes during the forecasting and other steps. And third, holistic solutions. A holistic view of solutions is enabled to meet system needs, and both the DSP and IRP processes inform each other at this stage. So we're going to dive into these in a bit more detail now. If we could turn to the next slide, take a closer look at these 3 innovations that I want to discuss. So on the very left-hand side, the process begins by setting goals and objectives for both DSP and IRP to align existing or anticipated policies, market trends, economic factors, or other priorities. For example, resilience is a priority, and so resilience objectives are identified at this phase with stakeholder input, and those stakeholders could include local governments, state emergency management agencies, or others active on resilience issues or resilience implementation actions. Moving to the middle of the process map here, let's talk about the forecast alignment. So the forecasts are aligned between the 2 planning processes where the orange boxes are, if you can see that. First, a baseline performance step is completed to establish the resource adequacy needs, including data on all planned generation unit retirements or additions under the IRP. Under the DSP, thermal voltage and protection limits are assessed. Then 2 additional steps are taken. A technical assessment of DER market potential identifies the quantity of DERs that can be added to the system, and a granular forecast for load and DERs identifies an expectation for how both load and DERs are likely to grow and evolve from current conditions. This analysis both informs and is informed by the system-wide load forecast at the resource level to equip planners with better information on how DERs could impact system needs across the 2 processes. Moving on to the 3rd innovation I want to highlight for you today on solutions identification. So this is around the light blue box area starting. In this area of the map, we see the identification of potential solutions to meet the established system needs. The silver cohort decided that solutions will reflect all available resources and all relevant attributes of those resources. For example, the contribution of DERs to system resource needs like resource adequacy and distribution needs, for example, fast frequency response and voltage support, should be reflected and evaluated relative to traditional solutions using consistent technology neutral methods. This reflects the notion that DERs have both distribution and bulk system value and impacts. Therefore, a DER supply curve that reflects the aggregate value of DERs at increasing costs can inform not only DER sourcing to meet distribution system needs, but also bulk system needs. This DER supply curve will be combined with traditional central station supply options to provide a composite supply curve that reflects all of the supply side and demand side resources available to meet system needs. The focus is on identifying investments that produce the least cost for society in the context of a broad set of metrics that are reflective of the objectives set out at the beginning of the planning process. This could include traditional measures such as resource adequacy contributions, but could also include additional aspects such as system flexibility and resilience. So let's move on to the Choral Cohort. Next slide, please. The states who lent their expertise to the fictional representative state of Turquoise were Arizona, Colorado, and Utah. Like Silver, the Turquoise utilities are vertically integrated and the state is located outside of an RTO ISO footprint. They were focused on aligning distribution resource and this time transmission planning processes. Turquoise wants to be innovative and transparent in creating a data-driven holistic planning approach that allows DERs to compete fairly for cost-effective outcomes, while also preserving the value proposition of the utility-driven system, preserving the robustness of system planning, and the fairness of cost causation and allocation. Next slide, please. In their own words, the Turquoise vision represents what integrated planning could look like if wholly re-envisioned as a harmonized process rather than a cobbled together compromise among existing discrete practices. Let's anchor how to read the map here with the row with the dark gray boxes running across sort of the top middle. This describes the general building blocks that help to organize the more specific steps in the resource distribution and transmission planning processes that appear just beneath. In some cases, you'll notice a building block step is a wholly combined process across the 3 planning processes, whereas in other cases, there are necessarily separate analyses or actions that must be completed before feeding into an integrated product. So let's dive in a little bit deeper on the next slide. The Turquoise Integrated System Plan is a market-based, technology-neutral, transparent, holistic, and ambitious vision. Let's discuss the Turquoise innovations, starting with regulatory authority. This process is premised on the level of authority vested within the Regulatory Commission as a decision-making body across all planning sub-processes. And you'll notice above that gray row, there is another row that clearly reflects where regulatory actions take place within this integrated process. Moving on, there is a guidance document in the Turquoise vision. Like other cohorts, Turquoise envisions this step, and the Commission is involved as a stakeholder in the development of the guidance document, but is also responsible for formally approving it, thereby commencing the planning cycle. There is a futures step which identifies, again, with stakeholders, an appropriate range of potential future scenarios across the transmission, resource, and distribution systems based on key policy, technology, and economic variables. Following this futures step, the forecast step projects system demand and compares it to the current capabilities. The forecasting process is iterative, such that the results of each sequenced forecasted step impacts the next forecasted layer. So specifically, the resource forecast is conducted first and then is adjusted for the distribution forecast and then subsequently by the transmission forecast, which will likely require external transmission inputs since transmission planning is not entirely within the domain of state jurisdiction. The forecast outputs include granular spatial and temporal characteristics of demand and supply resources. Forecasts for all 3 systems are combined into a final integrated system plan forecast that is used to identify system needs. And stakeholder input on forecasts is received through formal comments, and then the Commission issues a decision on the direction of the forecast. Once system needs have been established, the next step is for the utility or utilities to propose solutions. These can be solutions based on procurement, rate design, policy changes, market design, customer programs, operational changes. Solutions identified in one process may be used to address a need from a separate process. So here's where you see the integration. So for example, distributed generation may reduce the need for utility scale generation resources and transmission, or greater transmission may reduce the need for local generation resources. Stakeholder input is incorporated into the utility proposed solutions. And then to engage the creativity of the market, a market RFP is issued to validate or possibly alter the utility proposed solutions. So there's a lot more here, but those are the innovations that I wanted to highlight from the Turquoise vision. Let's move to the next slide, please. So both Silver and Turquoise are vertically integrated outside the footprint of an RTO or ISO. They share commonalities such as a guidance document and analyzing the impacts of solutions from one planning process to another. They also each offer individual approaches and innovations that are starting points for the consideration of decision makers and stakeholders involved in electricity system planning processes, as Chairman Thomas so eloquently just reminded us. And so I will now turn it over to Kirsten for a review of Jade, which is our 5th and final cohort that we are going to discuss today.
Thank you so much, Johanna. I'll just pause for just a quick second and see if there's any questions in the chat about Turquoise or the other roadmap, but I don't see anything. So I will continue with Jade. And we have time at the end after Jade to talk a little bit about all of the roadmaps and see if there are any questions in general about the roadmaps. So last but not least, we'll talk about the Jade cohort. Jade was the one that did not have a twin, if you recall from the schematic that Johanna was highlighting, talking about all the 5 cohorts. So the states who lent their expertise to the fictional representatives of state of Jade were Maryland, Ohio, and Rhode Island. And for Jade, it's important to note that the state's investor-owned utilities do not own generation assets, and the state has retail competition. Jade is focused on seeking to align distribution planning processes only. The state is located in an RTO/ISO market. And also of consideration for the Jade cohort were cold and ice storms, which the state is experiencing often and which have a significant impact on the state and the state's customers. Next slide, please. So here's the overview of the Jade flowchart. And as you'll note, it just has one planning swim lane, not like the other cohorts, which had multiple, because this is only a focus on distribution planning, because the restructured utilities only have purview over the distribution system, and the generation-related decision-making lies within the market and the ITOs. But the idea here for the Jade cohort was to integrate and align all customer level distribution system planning and programs. Lots is going on the distribution system planning side, integrating EVs, energy efficiency measures, demand response, how to deal with storage and distributed solar. All of these demand side customer actions will affect the distribution system and need to be dealt with in terms of planning. In addition, the roadmap acknowledges the need for direct connections to grid modernization proceedings and bulk power system planning at key steps. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. I also want to note that there was a slight deviation here from the building blocks, if you recall the order. Jade switched the objective scenarios with the developing forecast and added a linkage at the end with the next planning cycles and establishing assumptions there at the very end to the right of the flowchart. By identifying lessons learned and implementation, planners can make changes to future planning assumptions, if appropriate, for the next planning cycle. So the assessment results and lessons learned then may be shared with legislators, policymakers, etc., to enable their consideration of changes to relevant public policies. So it's a continuous circle, if you will. I will now walk you through the innovations of Jade. Next slide, please. Jade envisioned several innovative steps that represent a departure from the traditional planning practices, and these include a transparency in the distribution planning. In some ways, the entire process envisioned by Jade is innovative compared to traditional distribution planning because it introduces a measure of transparency to how decisions are made about investments in the distribution system. Jade also has envisioned a potential for multiple stakeholder engagement opportunities. Stakeholders may be engaged at multiple points in the process, not merely at the end of the process when a draft plan is filed by the utility at the commission. Next slide, please. Ideally, the commission itself decides at the onset of the planning process how stakeholders will be allowed to participate. You see that little arrow at the top left. Next slide. Stakeholders could also potentially be involved in each and every step of the planning process where their input and engagement are most needed to support good planning outcomes. For example, when you look at the arrow there, the input and the projected policy impacts, which will then influence the distribution, the DER and load forecast. Third, flexibility. At several key steps, the flowchart identifies a list of options or things to consider that allows for flexible interpretation and flexible implementation by any state that wants to adapt the map to local norms. Next slide. For example, each jurisdiction can decide for itself which entity or entities will be responsible for developing the load forecast. Next slide. Jurisdictions also vary in whether they treat distributed system planning process as part of a grid modernization initiative or as a separate regulatory proceeding. Fourth, Jade envisions links between the distribution system planning process and the bulk power system planning. Although this map is for restructured utilities in a regional transmission organization, as I mentioned, the flowchart notes multiple steps where a coordination between distribution system planners and bulk power system planners, principally at the RTO, need to occur to get ideal results from both planning processes. Next slide. For example, during the load forecast step, the grid needs and locational value assessment, the solution identification stage, and the evaluation of possible solutions, the cohort envisions coordination of distributed system planning with a bulk power system planning. You can see the little arrows going to the box where the large arrow points to. Next slide. RTOs are also envisioned as one of the stakeholders providing input into the forecasting process. Again, here states have a lot of flexibility to see whether or how to involve stakeholders, such as the RTO representatives. Fifth, Jade envisions a breadth of potential solutions. Next slide. The flowchart draws attention to the range of possible solutions to distribution needs, including wires, non-wires, third-party solutions, and rate designs. It also notes some criteria that might be used to screen and compare these potential solutions. And finally, sixth, the links between implementation steps. Next slide. The flowchart notes the connection between implementation steps and cost recovery, which is always on the mind of utilities and regulators, but not usually included on most distribution system planning flowcharts. Next slide. The map also includes an assessment step as part of an implementation and notes that the results achieved by the plan may be linked to cost recovery through a performance-based regulation mechanism. The assessment step compares actual performance of the solutions implemented with assumed performance and with the goals and objectives of the planning processes based on the defined metrics and data sources identified at the outset of the planning process. So those are Jade innovations. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see the interpreting a vision diagram that we had for the other cohorts. As I mentioned, there was no twin. This was the only cohort of fully restructured states. But I think it's important to note that other cohorts' vision for distribution planning within their broader roadmaps might also be helpful for restructure a state as well. And I think especially the connection to the bulk power system is a very interesting innovation that the Jade cohort envisioned. And I will now go to the next slide, Jessica or Danielle, and we'll pause here for any clarifying questions related to Jade, or if you have any questions regarding any of the other roadmaps and flowcharts that we presented. And we'll put up the nice kind of rings that we have, the circles, the 5 Olympic rings of the roadmaps. So with that, I'll pause here and see if there are any questions in the chat or if anybody wants to raise their hand.
Any questions? Now's your big chance. Of course, the circles are data compilations. It's the same thing presented in a different manner. So
the circles are just nice to do the comparison. So, but if there are no questions, I will turn it over to Danielle.
Okay, thanks. Yes, I'll just re-emphasize one of the points that Johanna made early on, that although these are quite different, they all have these common features that the task force members pulled out: state policy inputs into planning and ensuring that all of the planning processes ultimately are designed to meet state policy, state goals. This square, the state regulatory role in planning, that there are innovations in the ways that utility commissioners, state energy officials think that the interactions might look like moving forward between planners and the regulatory agencies. And part of that is this stakeholder engagement, the triangles. There are many more places in these planning processes for stakeholder engagement. At the same time, it's not in every single step. And so there was an intent to ensure that that stakeholder engagement we used where it was most useful, and it would have an opportunity to influence what happens in the planning processes. So I don't know if that inspires any questions, but I did want to point that out before we entirely moved on to the last few slides and key points. All righty. So in closing, we've got maybe 5 more minutes of presentation materials before we wrap up this session. We don't expect states to take the task force cohort visions and implement them exactly as is. They represent this dedicated thinking and vetting from a group of very thoughtful experts, but they are not the right answer for specific states, as Chair Thomas mentioned earlier. They, however, we were told, a useful process for the members of the task force to work through this effort. And so we created an important publication, the Blueprint for State Action, for other states to be able to go through something similar and come up with their own visions that are state specific. The Blueprint for State Action offers question prompts within 3 overarching steps for a state to create its own vision of comprehensive electricity planning. The first step, in keeping with what we just described as some of the common elements, is identifying goals and a starting point for electricity system planning. What is it that one is trying to accomplish if they want to embark on this journey? The second step is establishing that vision for better aligned planning. And of course, we have lots of recommendations for how to leverage the roadmaps and the visions that were created by the task force members themselves during the 2-year process, but to customize those and make them applicable to an individual state. And then the third step is to actually develop an action plan for achieving the vision, to ensure that it is not just a lovely set of colorful diagrams, but actually something that can be used and useful in the context of challenges that you might be facing as energy officials, like implementation of 2222 and other activities. We created this Blueprint for State Action and all of these roadmaps, the building blocks of electricity system planning processes that Jahan mentioned earlier, as part of this really broad suite of resources that we intended to be valuable and provide a real toolkit for states, subject matter experts, stakeholders, utilities to be able to carry forward. The only ones that we haven't mentioned today, on the left-hand side, there's a Task Force on Comprehensive Electricity Planning fact sheet, a quick 4-pager that provides a summary of all of this that you can get download easily and share. On the upper right-hand corner, there is a working paper called Opportunities to Improve Analytical Capabilities for Comprehensive Electricity Planning. And folks who are joining us for all 3 days will get to hear quite a bit more about that on Wednesday. Samir Sukar from ICF will be one of our featured discussants on Wednesday, talking about opportunities to carry forward with that work and identify what tools are available to support this kind of comprehensive planning in the modeling space. And then on the bottom right-hand side here, we didn't discuss it explicitly, but there is a comprehensive electricity planning library, which provides all of the resources that are captured and pulled out as points of evidence in the roadmaps, plus many, many more. And that is organized across 15 topical areas related to electricity system planning. And we encourage you to check that out if you are doing work in this space at all. Nearly there, we also wanted to point out that, especially in the context of this week, and specifically our next session, even more, that as you hear from individual states and stakeholders and utilities and RTOs about their views on comprehensive planning and the approaches that they're using, before the conclusion of the task force, members discussed what challenges they anticipated to implementation of these visions for aligned planning. And they collaborated to identify possible solutions to support one another and just brainstorm ideas for how these challenges could potentially be overcome. What you're seeing here are screenshots from 2 out of 5 tables that are an appendix to the Blueprint for State Action. These offer a starting point, but again, they're not an exhaustive list of challenges or action steps. But as you can see from these examples, this one listed actions for state decision makers, another one actions for utilities. There's a third category, actions for stakeholders. The idea here is that there are rows of challenges and possible solutions that various decision makers, entities, actors could take in their states. So of course, in practice, people from more than one of these organizations are likely going to collaborate to overcome challenges that arise in implementing comprehensive planning. But we wanted to be sure to highlight this for you because these pages really represent unvarnished thoughts from commissioners and energy officials about what they would like to see utilities and stakeholders and state legislatures and themselves doing, even incrementally, to move towards more comprehensive, holistic, and rational planning decision-making processes. So these are some of the challenges we will likely be talking about over the next couple of days in the NCEP meeting, and we can consider adding to the list that we already have over the course of this time together. Finally, I think we've made the point that none of these are the right answer. They're the starting points, but hopefully they are thought-provoking to see how these puzzle pieces fit together, and they will serve as a foundational piece of work as we talk about implementation and the different views of other important organizations and entities who are very much working to address these challenges as well. So we'll have one last opportunity for Q&A, and Chair Thomas, whether those are coming from the chat or from yourself, please help
We do
us
have
with that,
two
if you would.
questions. The first question relates to stakeholder engagement. How is it determined where stakeholder engagement points should be in the time process, and what stakeholder groups had input with respect to this? Anybody like to take a cut at that?
Kirsten, do you want to go first?
I should unmute myself though. Sure, thanks, that's a great question. So we did have a wide variety of stakeholders that informed this process. I mentioned already the utility planners, but we also had subject matter experts, representative of stakeholders that are usually engaged in some of these planning processes already, but we also invited stakeholder representatives of groups or communities that aren't usually represented in these processes. And I think as we go forward, and energy justice considerations and disadvantaged communities are being the state energy offices and POCs are keeping in mind how the decisions affect those communities. I think there's a lot of opportunities for them at these kind of stakeholder engagement processes to get involved with this. And that was sort of the idea behind it, to make this process a little bit more accessible, and to invite the stakeholders to provide input throughout the process and not just at the very end, which is usually what happens currently.
Anybody?
Yeah, I will also add, if I may, that their stakeholder groups, we went through a significant process to invite stakeholder groups to participate during our second workshop. We asked all of the task force members to nominate individuals, for first identify what kinds of perspectives they wanted to incorporate. Who did they typically see in their hearings rooms or outside of it in maybe state energy office led stakeholder processes, working groups, and then could they nominate people that they have seen participate in these efforts before? And then we did lots of mixing and matching, and we provided those nominations to folks outside of the region so that we could ensure we didn't have any conflicts or ex parte communications. The types of stakeholder groups that were invited included environmental organizations, efficiency implementers, EV advocates, RTOs, renewables developers. Who else did we have? There were consumer advocates, there were other low-income advocates, there were lots of folks in the subject matter expert area, as Kirsten said, national labs and other independent consultants. There was a big list. Did we invite any real customers? We invited consumer advocates to represent customer perspectives. And then I think there were a couple of demand side management organizations that interact closely and directly with customers, but we did not have any individuals from a city or state providing input into this national process. And then each of the cohorts spent a lot of time thinking about where they thought stakeholder engagement would be most valued, not just every place that stakeholders could participate. And earlier iterations of some of these did in fact have stakeholder input in every single block. And then there were really robust discussions about how that might not actually be fair to the stakeholders and given their time and effort limitations. And we wanted to be providing a thoughtful set of suggestions for where it could be most useful to in fact influence decision making. So that's a little bit about why you don't necessarily see that everywhere, but it was by design and it was quite intentional.
And one point that I would add to that one, and I know in our cohort, when we talked about stakeholder involvement, we also wanted to make sure the process included a meaningful way for them to get information. So not that they could just participate, so they could participate meaningfully. And that was another complexity in there. How do you get the data that people need to meaningfully participate into their hands so that they can participate? Another question, this from Commissioner Danner of Washington. It's basically policy shift. How do planning processes accommodate policy shifts directionally in states? Thoughts on that?
My immediate thought is that all of the cohorts anticipated that to some degree, and they have a policy input stage. They also have a scenario identification stage or step in the planning process. And usually, not always, new policies don't come entirely out of left field. And so I would say that the hope is the scenarios that are being discussed and down selected for modeling, et cetera, can incorporate some of the potential policy shifts that are going to be coming so that decision makers can work towards a future that they think is most likely, even if they're not going to hit it directly. So we all in this space talk about least regrets planning, right? Scenario analysis is, as I've seen, the most common way of trying to proceed towards least regrets planning. But Kirsten or Chair Thomas, do you have other answers?
I do not. Next, we have about integrating planning with actual operations. Thoughts on that? How will improved integrated planning processes integrate with actual operational improvements and program developments to ensure iterative interaction between planning and operations is the precise question. Thoughts on that?
I don't think we have answers to that right now, but we are having a session on that topic on Wednesday. One of our other snapshots is planning for operational coordination. And Paul DiMartini is going to be leading us through that. And we've got some exciting plans, to overuse the term, for the coming year to work with NARUC and NASIO members and NCEP members to consider those issues in the context of the need for greater coordination, given increased DERs, but also some of the regulatory requirements coming from FERC and elsewhere to ensure that there is DER coordination, aggregation, and incorporation of these different resources into holistic operations, but also planning. So we'll kick off that discussion on Wednesday afternoon and invite folks to participate in that quite fully throughout. Feel free to put thoughts in the chat at any time on that topic.
I would also add this way there's circles. It's a feedback loop. It goes on and on. You don't quit planning, and at the end of the feedback, your operational data comes back into the planning process. So it's a continual loop. And then I can respond to this, how deep into the process. It was not hearings only, it was all over the process. I know in our cohort, it was all over the process. Wherever we thought we could get meaningful information in a timely manner to folks, there were stakeholder processes included. That is all our questions from the chat. How are we on time? I should know that. Is our last thing a wrap?
Yeah.
Would y'all like to wrap it?
Yes, Chair Thomas, I'll key off of one of your points about the approaches to stakeholder engagement. I think it was the Turquoise cohort spent a lot of time talking about what the different mechanisms might be for stakeholder engagement, about different kinds of workshops and proceedings, but not just regulatory proceedings where one is required to have legal representation to participate, for example, listening sessions, virtual. Didn't know it was going to need being a necessity, but virtual engagement opportunities to be able to reach folks from different parts of a state, for example, or across a region. And in fact, NARUC ended up publishing a document for commissions that is also valuable for energy officials and others on stakeholder engagement approaches. And I'll put that link into the chat. That was developed concurrent with this effort quite intentionally because it was such an important topic. And so we reference that in the Blueprint for State Action and encourage folks to leverage those resources. Otherwise, I think, Chair Thomas, if you had any closing words, please go ahead, or you can hand it back to Kerry.
Nope. Covered it all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all for that excellent walkthrough of your outputs from the comprehensive task force. That was a really good example of how we all can coordinate and collaborate for multiple states and regions. So thank you all for your leadership on that work. At this time, we will break until 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So if you so if you'd like, you can take a break and we will see you back in 15 minutes. All right, welcome back. If you're out there, just give us a quick hello in the chat or video on. Hello, everyone. Saw some other folks checking their video earlier too. So, all right. So thanks again for the great deep dive into the comprehensive electricity planning blueprints and pathways. And hello to everyone joining us for the next panel for 3 states that were involved in the process, but I will let the moderator, Dave Danner, get into the details on the panel as we pull up the first set of presentations. Commissioner Danner, after serving as executive director for 8 years, Chair Dave Danner was appointed to the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission in February 2013 and has since been reappointed. His experience goes beyond electricity and into pollution control, telecommunications, and information services. Chair Danner, take it away, and thank you for moderating this session.
All right, good morning, or it's morning on the West Coast. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Kerry. So this morning's session was really interesting. If there's one takeaway, it is that comprehensive energy planning is very complicated. And I think the point was made that one of the reasons it's so complicated is that we have 53 different jurisdictions in the United States that all have their own policies and priorities. And so if we are looking at comprehensive planning, we have to take those into effect. So it's hard enough when we're dealing with some of the universal themes like cost and reliability, the new technologies coming along, determining what load growth is, predicting weather events. All of this is complicated, but then we have all of the specific policies that states are pushing, including carbon reduction, renewable energy standards, resource preferences, energy efficiency mandates, and so on. So this is, first of all, I want to really commend the task force for all the great work they're doing. I think that I'm going to have to spend some time with those slides and a marker so that I can track them and get my own roadmap based on those. But it is very clear that whether you're an amber, coral, silver, turquoise, or jade state, you need to be looking at what's going on in your state, because that's going to be such an important component of comprehensive planning. And today we have 3 very, very wonderful speakers who are going to give us some ideas of what is going on in particular states. And so we're going to start with Kerry Gill, and she's the administrator for grid modernization and system integration with the Rhode Island Office of Energy Resources. And she will be followed by Chris Ayers, who's the executive director of the North Carolina Utilities Commission. And finally, the Honorable Dan Scripps, who's the chair of the Michigan Public Service Commission. And so we will get some ideas from these case studies, and maybe that can help guide us in the other jurisdictions. So let me turn it over first, without further ado, to Kerry. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for having me today. I'm so excited to talk more about integrated grid planning in Rhode Island. I will say we were a participant in the NARUC-NASIO task force. We were in the Jade Cohort. It was an unbelievably informative experience, and I cannot say enough, that our map looked a little bit complicated. It was nothing compared to the other cohorts. And I'm excited to talk a little bit about how we are starting to apply some of those principles in Rhode Island. All right, so next slide, please. A little bit about the Office of Energy Resources. Our mission is to drive Rhode Island towards a clean, affordable, reliable, and equitable energy future. In order to do that, we absolutely need to have our ducks in a row related to grid planning. It's not just about one entity determining how to plan out our electric grid and to make those investments, but it's about all of us coming together. It's about deferring to communities, and it's about really thinking about multiple policy objectives at the same time in order to advance all of these adjectives here: clean, affordable, reliable, and equitable. Next slide, please. We recently passed the 2021 Act on Climate. This writes into law our greenhouse gas emissions reduction mandates, which require us to get to net zero by 2050. The law also has a number of other really great things in it, including strategy, focus on workforce development, focus on energy justice. I'm not going to go into those details here, but I bring up this law because we now have a mandate to increase the renewable content, not just in our electric grid, but across all sectors of our economy. Next slide, please. Right now, Rhode Island's greenhouse gas emissions are broken up into roughly thirds, with about a quarter or a little bit more coming from the electric sector specifically. And while I'm going to focus on the electric sector today, I think it's important to call out the linkages with the thermal sector and the transportation sector. We've done analyses that show that strategic electrification for these sectors is a clear, viable pathway to meeting our greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. And therefore, we're going to need to consider that electrification when we think about planning out our electric grid over the next decade to 3 decades plus. Next slide, please. In 2020, we undertook an economic and technical analysis that looked at pathways to meet 100% renewable electricity by 2030. I'll talk a little bit about this report. I'm not going to go into detail today, but I'm going to use the report as a foundation for how we might think about integrated grid planning in Rhode Island. All of the materials, including a detailed technical appendix, are available on our website. So I encourage you all to take a look at that if you want to dig into the details. And of course, I'm happy to answer questions too. Next slide, please. In this report, we looked at our forecast for not just our electricity demand, of course, accounting for energy efficiency, but we also looked at the current trajectory of what renewables we're going to bring online based on the programs that we already have and the contracts that we already have. What we found is that we're going to have a gap in 2030 of 4,600 gigawatt hours that we need to fill with new incremental renewable energy production. This might sound small to other states, but note that Rhode Island is a very small state. So this is a very, very large gap that we need to focus on. Next slide. Beyond 2030, I just talked about strategic electrification. We know that we're going to be adding a substantial amount of demand to our electric grid. So we can't just stop our thinking about 100% renewables in 2030. We really need to look out to 2050 when our greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets come into effect. And our modeling shows that the demand on our grid is going to roughly double between 2030 and 2050. So not only do we have a big gap to fill with renewables from now until 2030, but then we're going to have to continue to add renewables at a substantial pace for the remainder of the following 2 decades. Next slide. We looked at a number of different portfolios for what it would mean to fill this gap with renewables. The slide that I'm showing here shows the amount of renewables we would need if we filled that gap with only one type of technology. So for example, if we used only offshore wind, we would need between 900 and 1100 megawatts of additional offshore wind contracts. On the other hand, if we were to fill this with only retail solar, so this is rooftop solar and medium and large scale solar that goes through our existing programs, we'll need to develop another 3,200 to 4,300 megawatts of retail solar. And that's a daunting amount for a small state. In the report itself, we actually go into detail about different mixes of these resources in different portfolios, but this sort of gives you bookends for the smallest versus the largest amount of renewables that we'll need to bring on board to fill that gap. Next slide, please. I also want to underscore that this is an expensive proposition. Reaching our greenhouse gas emissions goals will cost money because we need to develop these resources. However, that's not saying that we're not experiencing those costs in other ways. So for example, if we don't do this, we will experience the cost of climate change, and we will continue to experience that through devastating damage to our coastlines from climate and extreme weather events, through increased health bills, for example, for heat-related illness or for respiratory illness. And so these are costs that we have to keep in mind, and we certainly have to do our due diligence to figure out how to mitigate these costs, but we have to put them in context with all the other externalities that we'll face if we take no action at all. Next slide. This slide reiterates the cost issue on utility bills by looking at the change in rates. And again, this goes to underscore that we have to do everything that we can to mitigate these costs in order to reach our goals in a clean, affordable, reliable, and equitable way. Next slide. So our 100% work wraps up with a number of key policy and programmatic recommendations. I've included 3 slides here that talks about these recommendations. I'm not going to go into detail, but all of the information's in the report. And again, I'm happy to talk about all of these. Next slide, please. So one of the key recommendations is actually apparent here. It's on the left. So the idea is that one way to mitigate some of the cost of integrating all of these additional renewables is through the idea of integrated grid planning. Now, this is not a catch-all. This will not avoid all the cost, but this is one way to mitigate some of those costs potentially, and to potentially streamline the process it takes to integrate these renewables. I'll be talking a little bit more about this in 1 second. Next slide. I also wanted to point out that we have a number of equity recommendations as well. We call these out to give them salience, but they should indeed be centered in all of the other recommendations that we have. And so in the idea of integrated grid planning, we center equity by deferring to communities to understand their preferences for renewable energy siting and for other competing policy objectives that are occurring in their local communities. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit more about what integrated grid planning might look like. The vision that we have here that we're sort of going to start to explore over the coming years is very localized. So here I'm showing a screen grab from Rhode Island's system data portal. This is a heat map that National Grid produces that shows average summer loading on feeders across the state. We are grateful to them for producing this information and for making it public. It certainly is very helpful from a policy perspective to understand the landscape of what's happening across the state in the utilities jurisdiction. And so what you'll see here is that the feeders that are colored in the warmer colors, so red, orange, those are the ones that are more heavily loaded. This is a screen grab looking at a downtown Providence area, which shows that there are some feeders that are already nearing that heavy loading. And we know that there's going to be more development here. We know that there's going to be electrification. Next slide. This screen grab, on the other hand, shows our hosting capacity on these feeders. Hosting capacity is the ability for the feeders to integrate more renewable energy resources. With the additional load and the additional electrification that we expect over the next 3 decades, we could meet those. We could meet that demand with additional renewables, but those additional renewables are limited to the hosting capacity for those feeders. And so these sort of layers overlap and they tell us, they give us some insight about what we can and can't do for each of the feeders. Next slide, please. So the idea here is that as we think about building out in terms of electrification, right, and increased demand, and then covering that with local renewables, local distributed energy resources, we're asking ourselves 3 questions. First, can we find a way to mitigate some of those costs and find some efficiencies and some streamlining by thinking on a longer term horizon and doing those investments at one time, as opposed to responding in an ad hoc way as that demand comes online or as those renewable energy developers want to build out sites? This is an open question. I honestly don't know the answer, but this is something that we're looking to explore. The second question we want to ask is how stakeholder engagement can better inform this process to result in an outcome that might be preferred across all parties. So for example, I know a lot of states are facing some siting concerns for renewable energy. Can we take into account stakeholder preferences for where to site, for example, solar and wind, in order to pinpoint those sites that are preferable, provide incentives for people to build there, and perhaps those incentives come through streamlined interconnection processes, and ready our grid now to accept the integration of those resources? And of course, the third question that we have is how can we best utilize our full suite of tools in order to manage our distribution grids? So let me talk a little bit more about that, and then that will be the end of the presentation. So next slide, please. So there are 4 tools that I sort of want to highlight here that I don't think necessarily get enough attention. So the first is statewide energy efficiency and renewable energy programs. You can sort of think of these as smooth peanut butter. You spread them across the entire state, everyone has access to them. Next slide. Now, the next, which I think is an area that's ripe for opportunity, is the idea of locational outreach. I'll go into a little bit more depth in this about this in a second, but the idea is that we know that our energy efficiency programs are already cost effective. So can we do a little bit of additional outreach for feeders that are already heavily loaded to sort of get the ball rolling with increased energy efficiency in order to mitigate the need for additional infrastructure investment, including additional non-wires investment on those feeders? Next slide. Oh, and I should say the locational outreach, you can sort of think of that as chunky peanut butter. It's spread across the state, but the chunks of the peanuts are where the feeders are already heavily loaded. The third tool that I want to go over is non-wire solutions. I think folks are probably generally familiar with this, but these are either utility-owned or third-party provided solutions to grid constraints. And so you can think of this as sort of having balls of peanut butter cookie dough, right? You take a targeted solution and you use that solution instead of investing in a traditional poles and wires type upgrade. And last slide. And then so the fourth tool here is thinking about cross utility grid management. In Rhode Island, we have a unique situation where our electric and gas distribution company is the same. And so this is sort of the peanut butter and jelly approach. Can we use our electric infrastructure, for example, to avoid additional investment in our gas infrastructure? All right, next slide. So just going back real fast to add a little color to the locational outreach idea. So here, again, I'm showing an image of the heat map in Rhode Island from our system data portal. Essentially, we already know that energy efficiency is cost effective, and we actually have a law in Rhode Island that requires us to pursue all cost effective energy efficiency. And so the idea here is that at negligible incremental cost for additional outreach, can we get more folks participating in deeper energy efficiency on the feeders where it matters most, the feeders that are most heavily loaded, where participation in energy efficiency and resulting energy savings has a higher likelihood of deferring infrastructure investment costs. This speaks to the idea of incorporating option value into our economic assessment of investments and of our infrastructure investment portfolios. The idea of option value is that by deferring some greater investment until we have more information, we can actually save money and make a more sound investment. So there are lots of opportunities here, I think, to really think about how we can use these tools and how we can sort of pull in other ideas from different disciplines to find ways to mitigate the costs of reaching our greenhouse gas emissions goals. And for Rhode Island, the idea of integrated grid planning is taking a multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder approach to using all of these tools in our tool belt and not presuming a solution, but exploring to see what might work and where those efficiencies might lie. The last slide is just my contact information. Happy to answer questions, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion later. Thanks, everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Kerry. You know, it's almost lunchtime here on the West Coast, and you've given me some ideas about what I want to do for lunch. I appreciate that very much. I haven't decided whether it'll be smooth or chunky, but I think I know what the entree is. So we will hold questions until we're done with all three panelists. So why don't we turn now to Chris Ayers, Executive Director of the North Carolina Commission. Chris?
Thank you, Chairman Danner. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk today. So I am Chris Ayers, and I'm Executive Director of the Utilities Commission Public Staff. We're the consumer advocate, the utility consumer advocate in the state of North Carolina, and investigate all the cases and filings that are put before the commission and make recommendations to the commission accordingly through the purview of consumer advocacy. I'm also president of the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates. You probably have heard of us as NASUCA. So today I'm going to give you an update of what's going on in North Carolina, and it'll also be sprinkled with general approaches that some consumer advocates have taken and some of the concerns that we have highlighted and the need for more comprehensive utility planning. Roll the next slide, please. I've got a couple of slides here to give you a snapshot of what life is like here in North Carolina. We're the 8th largest state for electricity generation as of 2020. We've held that designation for a little while. North Carolina is unique in that we're vertically integrated for the most part. Our northeastern sector, about 23 counties, falls within PJM, and Dominion Energy serves that territory, but they don't have any generation in North Carolina. Of course, Duke Energy serves the rest of the state for the most part in terms of IOUs. They have 2 operating subsidiaries, so we have multiple balancing authorities. We have to juggle that, but we also have a significant number of electric cooperatives and municipalities that provide their electric service as well. So North Carolina's got a wide swath of different both regulatory regimes and electric suppliers. So North Carolina has a number of policy goals. We've got statutory goals. We enacted a renewable energy portfolio standard back in 2007. We were the first state in the South to do that. That goal has now hit the ceiling in terms of the maximum. It escalated over the years, and so we've topped out at a 12.5% renewable energy standard as of 2021. Some of that can be met through renewable energy. Part of it can be met through demand side management and energy efficiency. There's a carve out there. More recently, back in 2017, we had another energy bill that called for the procurement of over 2,600 megawatts of solar energy through a competitive procurement process. So we've been working on that. We also have had Executive Order 80, which set a 40% reduction target for greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. And Executive Order 80 required the Department of Environmental Quality to do a study, a stakeholder process, and then to identify additional goals down the road. And that plan gives us a 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 with the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of North Carolina's electric generating capacity as of June 2021. You'll see we're pretty heavy in capacity on natural gas there. next with coal, and then that solar PV number continues to grow. I got a lot of nuclear in North Carolina. And obviously, if I showed you the energy graph, the slices of the pie would be different sizes here, but we're experiencing a transition in North Carolina. I've already retired some coal and a lot of talk and planning to retire a lot of additional coal. In fact, the vast majority of it by the end of the decade. So this chart here is going to evolve over time, just like every other state. Next slide. So North Carolina does have a tremendous amount of solar. For the longest time, we were second in the country in terms of installed solar, and I believe a couple of states have surpassed us. I think Florida finally caught us this past year, and I believe we are fourth now, depending on which study that you look at. But we have a significant amount of solar. And one interesting fact I want to point out is that 90% of North Carolina's solar generation is actually produced by independent power producers rather than the IOUs. You can see we've got a number of connected facilities. You can see that we have a tremendous number of proposed facilities that are in our queue, so to speak, and that cuts across both the two Duke entities, and then DENC is the Dominion Energy, which I mentioned is up in that PJM corner of North Carolina. Next slide. So North Carolina also participated in the NARUC-NASIO process, and I was part of that task force. I actually had a unique role in that I was the only consumer advocate that was a member of a state team. And the reason for that is really goes to our Department of Environmental Quality, and this is something I'll come back to in a little while, but Department of Environmental Quality recognized that the role that public staff has in terms of planning and rate making and everything with respect to utilities regulation in North Carolina, and the head of the state energy office at the time invited public staff to join the North Carolina team. So it was a privilege to be part of that, and it was a tremendous process. I was part of the silver team, and I saw there was a lot of focus on the first two plans, and I ran down the hall and printed out the silver roadmap, but Joanna went through the other three states, so I won't walk you through that plan. But a very enlightening process. We grappled with a lot of different questions that we were then able to come back to our states and grapple with here locally, and see how we can apply those issues to address our policy concerns and really some of the concerns that we see on the ground here in North Carolina. So we came back, immediately did a technical conference with the commission. The commission brought in the electric suppliers. We heard a lot from the co-ops, the municipalities, and the integrated or the IOUs in terms of how they're approaching planning and how they're approaching distribution system planning in particular. And Duke Energy gave us an update on the integrated system. Nope, one more slide. There we go. The integrated system and operations planning, the ISOP, which I'm not going to get into because there's a Duke Energy representative that's going to be giving a much more detailed presentation on that tomorrow. But what we realized is we really had a head start here in North Carolina because the ISOP plan is really already reaching out and incorporating generation, transmission, distribution system planning in a more holistic way, also with a heavy stakeholder component here in North Carolina. So we are we're working with the utilities on that. Currently, we're in an IRP process. I've listed out some of the issues there that the commission is particularly focused on, and we'll be having a technical conference in a couple of weeks, really focusing on grid impacts, all source procurement process, and then methodologies for evaluating retirement of coal-fired units. So a lot on our agenda. There's other things going on too in this general planning area. We've got a proposed rulemaking for CPCN proceedings. We've got various dockets and types of distributed energy resources, all of which have to come in for CPCNs. But there are different rules. There's different data requirements. And so we're trying to standardize that to just make the application process, the review process for the public staff, and then the decision-making process for the commission a little more streamlined and consistent across all of those dockets. North Carolina has been looking to implement queue reform. You saw the number of projects that we have in the pipeline with solar projects. And so we just recently won approval from FERC to implement cluster studies. And the commission has approved that here in North Carolina and has given Duke Energy the go-ahead and start evaluating projects on a cluster basis and move forward there. And then we have ever-evolving interconnection stakeholder processes in order to tackle the questions and the challenges of how do you integrate all of the distributed energy resources that are coming to bear, and plenty more in the pipeline. So a lot going on in North Carolina with respect to the planning. And next slide. A lot of what we're doing is designed to really give us a more comprehensive, holistic planning process. And there's a lot of benefits to that. And we identified that in the NARUC-NASIO process. We brought that back, we've reflected on it. And I'm not going to run through all these bullet points, but I can tell you that as a consumer advocate, avoiding unnecessary cost to ratepayers and ensuring that we are planning the grid in the most cost-effective manner is really, really important to me and the consumer advocate community. There are no downward pressures on rates these days. Kerry mentioned that the clean energy transition is going to cost money. We're going to have to retire units. We're going to have to build more. We're going to have to build transmission. There's a lot that is going to have to be invested in the upcoming years. So making sure that we're planning across that spectrum, generation, transmission, distribution, to ensure a most cost-effective planned grid is to the benefit of everyone. And so that's one of the primary guide stars for me in terms of why we need to be seriously talking about the comprehensive planning and implementing it back at the state level. Next slide. So it's easy to say, it's challenging to get together with a fictional state and draw out a map like we did and then come back and implement it. But there's a lot of challenges to planning. First of all, I mean, the pace of change within the energy industry is incredible. I mean, we've seen more change over the last 5 years than we saw in the previous probably 10, and we've seen more in that 10 than we probably saw in the previous 30. Somebody probably needs to go on mute if hearing some feedback. So the pace of the change is driving a lot of the demand for planning, and there's just so many more options and optionality that's being brought to the grid. There's also jurisdictional limitations, and what I mean by that is in a state like North Carolina, you've got Dominion Energy, who's in PJM. You've got Duke Energy, who has 2 different operating authorities or operating entities. So they plan separately. There is some coordination there, but then you've also got the electric co-ops. There's over 20 of those entities across the state. And then you've got a number of municipalities that are also doing their own thing. Only Duke Energy and Dominion fall under the jurisdiction of the North Carolina Utilities Commission. So you've got a number of folks that are planning that do not fall under the Utilities Commission authority. And so we've got to find ways to foster conversation and collaboration with those who do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Utilities Commission versus those that do. There's the rapid increase in DERs. Costs are coming down, technology's moving at a rapid pace, but there's concerns and questions about impact to system stability. There's uncertainty about project completions and upgrade costs when it comes to large-scale solar installations. So these are things that need to be thought out and accounted for in a comprehensive plan. Then there's data. As part of the NARUC-NASIO process, I interviewed the head of an electric co-op out in the West, and he talked about the fact that data is critical, but by the time you've got the data and you've synthesized it, there's already a staleness to it, particularly with the pace of change of the industry in the state of North Carolina, which has so much population growth, so much industry growth, as people are moving here and jobs are moving here, that your data becomes very stale very quickly. And so there's challenges with data. more and more of it, the access to it, and the transparency to it. These are all things that we're going to have to grapple with as we move forward with planning. Next slide. So opportunities. As I mentioned before, there's opportunities that we need to move on with respect to collaboration across electric suppliers. Grids are interconnected, so what you build on one will have some consequence. It may be minor, it may be major, it may be intended or unintended on your fellow electric suppliers. The sharing of information is equally important, particularly when you've got folks, some of which are regulated by one entity and some by another. And then all that needs to yield to informed planning. The more data that we have and the more that we're talking to one another, the more cost effective and efficient we can be as a system. We've got enhanced modeling capabilities, greater granularity is allowing us to go deeper than we've ever before. I've seen, I've been in my position for a little over 8 years, and the modeling capabilities have jumped by leaps and bounds to the point that some regulators are now being able to look at modeling capabilities of their own. And I think that's something as regulators taking a more proactive role in planning that we need to be able to do. Finally, the interconnection process. Everything's got to get interconnected to the grid, and we've got to evolve our procedures for that. And I've already talked about the queue reform and the other things that we're doing. So there's a lot of opportunity here with respect to integrated resource planning that incorporates distribution and transmission. The other thing I'll say is there's an opportunity to really eliminate silos here. That's just one of the themes I want to leave you with. Eliminate silos from across electric suppliers, but also eliminating silos amongst regulators. I just mentioned that DEQ pulled the public staff into the process, and we've always had a good relationship with our environmental regulators in our state energy office. But I learned that across the country that a lot of those entities don't talk to each other, and I don't quite understand that because we're all on the same team here, and we're all presumably rowing in the same direction. And so more communications amongst our regulators within our states, I think, is going to really help ensure that we advance our policy goals in a very cost-effective fashion. So that's my last slide. I look forward to questions and discussion later on in the session.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. And I too, we'll get to the questions later. I mean, this is a point, though, your last point, I want to give a shout out to NARUC and to what Danielle is doing at NARUC, because I think it is important that regulators and clean air agency officials and consumer advocates and others are communicating. We do need to get rid of these silos if we're going to be successful at this. And I think that the Center for Innovation is doing a lot of that. So I want to use this opportunity to give them a plug. Let's move on now to Dan Scripps, the chair of the Michigan Commission. Good afternoon.
Hello, Chairman Danner. Thanks very much, and excited to be here with you and representing the Choral Cohort as part of the work that was ongoing over the last couple of years. So we can dive right into it. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about how we approach planning in Michigan at the resource level and at the distribution level, as well as sort of how we interact with our RTOs in transmission planning and the efforts to try and bring those into better alignment. But first, just a quick overview on Michigan's energy system on the electric side. Ours is a little different from basically everybody else's. Not only are we two lovely peninsulas, but we are also a hybrid approach, both in terms of the separation of transmission from the traditional load serving entities, and a sort of hybrid approach where the traditional utilities control 90% of the generation market, with the remaining 10% available for retail open access or customer choice. So in a couple of different ways, we look a little different from a number of other states, which leads to some interesting wrinkles and also to some extent the ability to see things from multiple perspectives in evaluating sort of independent transmission, the work to optimize within the utility as opposed to between utilities, et cetera. like a lot of other people, and certainly as Kerry and Chris talked about, our electric mix is rapidly evolving. We've been a coal-heavy state traditionally, but rapidly that's changing. And we saw a pretty significant decline in coal capacity from more than half our capacity in 2007 to about 35% in 2017. And then since then, we've had the first two IRPs from Consumers Energy, our second largest utility, and one IRP from DTE, our largest utility, as well as from all of the other investor-owned utilities, and continuing that sort of move away from coal, replaced by increases in both gas and renewables. We're also, just to add to our hybrid and confusing status, a part of two RTOs. About 90% of Michigan's load is in MISO, all of the Upper Peninsula, and almost all of the Lower Peninsula, with the exception of a part of the southwest corner that is operated by Indiana, Michigan, part of AEP that's in the PJM interconnection. And then, like Kerry talked about, and Chris as well, we have plans that have been announced by Governor Whitmer, our governor, to achieve economy-wide net zero GHG emissions by 2050. And that work and developing the My Healthy Climate Plan is ongoing in the Council on Climate Solutions. And then there's also both formal and informal overlap with our Council on Future Mobility and Electrification that's looking at the future of transportation, something that obviously in a car state like Michigan is significantly important. Next slide, please. I'll try and go through these quick. I know we're a little behind on time, and I'd like to leave some time for questions, but we do have both integrated resource planning and distribution planning in Michigan at this point. Integrated resource planning applies to all 7 investor-owned utilities, and that is authorized and in fact required by statute as part of the 2016 energy reforms. These integrated resource plans are required to be submitted every 5 years by our utilities, and then look out 5, 10, and 15 years in terms of both energy and capacity. Really try and bring in a whole lot of different elements in terms of generation technologies, forecasts, renewables, cogeneration, the role of transmission, et cetera, and then leaves it to the commission to evaluate the plans to a pretty high standard, whether it is the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting the utility's energy and capacity needs. The most is a pretty high standard. And in doing that, we've also been given a set of factors to essentially balance. So price is obviously one of them, reliability is one of them, diversification of generation supply, cost effectiveness of energy waste reduction, or what everybody else in the universe calls energy efficiency. A number of things that we look at and then try and weight and balance, but none of these factors is sort of predominant. So it's not the most reliable or the cheapest, it is sort of the right balance of resources. Next slide, please. In addition to the statutorily authorized resource planning, we also have distribution planning in Michigan, but this is not actually based in statute. It's not required, and instead, we have essentially annual rate cases from our electric utilities, or at least our largest 2 electric utilities. And in order to get more transparency and context on the specific investments proposed in those rate cases, we, a couple of years ago, about 4 years ago, began requiring our 2 largest and then adding the 3rd largest, Indiana, Michigan, to do sort of every 5-year distribution plans to provide that additional transparency, looking at consideration of alternatives, really trying to get outside of the very short, constrained 10-month rate case adjudication process and get a broader view of what the utilities' plans are. And then as we get into rate cases in the future, understand how those specific investments tie back to the larger strategy. So each of the utilities filed their first iteration of their distribution plan a couple of years ago. Over the summer, they have each filed their second distribution plan. There's an opportunity for comment from stakeholders. They have to file draft plans, opportunity for comment, and then the utilities file final plans. But unlike IRPs, we do not approve them or review them in contested cases. So instead, the specific investments as they're proposed are reviewed in utility rate cases. Next slide, please. In addition to the sort of specific distribution system plans, we also 2 years ago launched the My Power Grid initiative. That this is really looking at how do we get out in front of this from a regulatory perspective and make sure that we're maximizing the benefits of the transitions taking place in the energy system to clean distributed energy resources. And we spent a lot of time in Michigan talking about the bus. I don't believe that as regulators, we are or should be driving the bus on the changes taking place. Those are technology, their price, their customer demand. That's really what's, and carbon awareness, climate concerns. That's really what's driving these changes. But I also absolutely believe that as regulators, we have a responsibility not to get run over by the bus, to sort of torture the metaphor to its logical conclusion. And that's really what My Power Grid is all about. It's divided into 3 phases, and there's a fair amount of work. One of them was updating sort of what we wanted to see out of the utility distribution plans. That was updated in 2020, and then again, those plans were filed this year. There's also greater focus on integrating resource and distribution planning processes. So when we approved the Consumers Energy IRP, their first IRP in 2019, a lot of the things that we authorized for specific rate recovery were actually things happening on the distribution side. So more energy waste reduction, more demand response. And in order to try and make sure that we were seeing both sides of the coin at the same time, we, as part of the settlement that we approved, they were required to sort of coordinate their next version of their distribution plan with their next filing of their next resource plan, both of which now have been filed. And Northern States Power, which is part of Excel, operates in the far western part of the Upper Peninsula, has basically agreed to do the same thing as well. They're not actually subject to the distribution planning requirements, but they have voluntarily, as part of a settlement in their IRP, said the next time they file an IRP, they will file a coordinated distribution plan to go along with it. Next slide, please. So, and then finally, before turning to the linkages to transmission planning, there's a lot of other work going on, and I won't spend too much time here other than to say, as part of the advanced planning work under My Power Grid, we're also looking formally at the integration of resource distribution and transmission planning. Our staff filed a final report in May on a pretty exhaustive stakeholder process that also brought in, after we launched that process, the governor announced the My Healthy Climate Plan and the goal of net zero economy-wide emissions by 2050. And so we brought into the advanced planning process, how do we think about that? Not statutorily required, but how do we think about the utility plans and whether they're consistent with the governor's goals, and really sort of looking at models and sensitivities along those lines. The rest of this, I think, in the interest of time, I'll skip. Next slide, please. On transmission planning, I mentioned we're part of both MISO and PJM. MISO in particular has an ongoing long-range transmission planning process based on a set of futures that get increasingly aggressive. In addition, we've also asked, we're a peninsular state, it's what defines us geographically, but that also comes with downsides in terms of the ability to import resources, particularly from other parts of the MISO footprint. So we formally requested that they examine transmission constraints, and this import-export limit study is complete, although projects coming out of that may ultimately be integrated into the long-range transmission planning process. And then again, there are issues with transmission planning. It happens at the RTO level. It's largely FERC jurisdictional as opposed to state jurisdictional. But how do we get better alignment between sort of the state jurisdictional activities and those RTO level transmission planning activities? One way is in the state jurisdictional piece, the IRP, it requires consideration of transmission options. We're also working to encourage consideration of non-transmission alternatives at the RTO level. And then, of course, I couldn't be on this panel if I didn't highlight our blueprint for state action from the Task Force on Comprehensive Electricity Planning. And then I think this is my final slide. There are some challenges and limitations in terms of the planning framework. So IRPs, to start, I think they're great, and they were an important step forward in terms of optimizing resource planning for individual utilities. But we don't yet optimize across utilities. We also don't account for the planning and often significant planning being done by municipal and cooperative utilities. We don't have statewide or even peninsular-wide planning, even at the resource level. It is utility by utility. I don't know that you get around that, but there are some limitations to that approach. We're also, as I mentioned, seeing increasing overlap between planning for generation, transmission, and distribution. Given Order 2222 from the FERC, and some of the others. Those challenges increase when you're looking at resources like storage, but also DERs and demand response that can participate in both retail and wholesale markets. I mentioned some of the business model and jurisdictional issues. I think there are real advantages in Michigan to having independent transmission, but it means that you're not optimizing within the utility. It's often a tug of war between distribution utilities that also own 90% of the generation, who see a lot of things as either a distribution or a generation solution, and the transmission utilities who see a lot of things as a transmission solution, and trying to sort of navigate that, particularly given the overlapping jurisdiction between states and FERC at the RTO level in terms of who oversees what. We've also, to the peanut butter and jelly example, largely focused our planning at this point on the power sector, but when you start thinking about the gas system, and we do not have, our utilities also own gas, but their service territories don't exactly overlap. DTE owns gas in consumers territory and vice versa. So, that adds complexity. We also, so far, have not considered climate change or GHG emissions. We're beginning to that work as part of the governor's plan, but we're not, clear on statutory authority. I think we can require the utilities to model, but I'm not sure that we can require the utilities to select their proposed course of action based on climate considerations. And then finally, and I think Kerry mentioned this too, we have not sufficiently considered equity in previous versions of our planning. And this includes both looking at future investments as well as to the inequities that are baked into the existing infrastructure. I mean, it's not a surprise that infrastructure bears the same scars of systemic racism and other injustices that other parts of society do. And as you're thinking about how you modernize a grid that sort of reflects some of those things, we've got to get better and sharper about considering equity as part of that discussion. So I'm going to stop there. Looking forward to what we have in terms of some back and forth and question and answer. And again, appreciate being here.
All right, thank you so much, Dan. Excellent presentation. And as a fellow regulator, there's a lot of things there that I identify with. My first question, there are some, I believe there's a question in the chat. Let me start with that one. For some reason, I can't access my chat. So, Kerry, can you go back about 5 chat messages and read that question?
Hi, yep, I repeated it in the chat, but what type of analysis and investigation are conducted on these limitations?
Right.
How can one be assured that the hosting capacity limitations a utility publishes are legit?
Yeah, this is a really great question. And I apologize, I haven't been able to read the full text here. So just chime in if you want more information. So regarding hosting capacity analyses specifically, I know there's been a lot of work done in California, and particularly with IREC, the Interstate Renewable Energy Coalition. Don't hold me to that acronym, but IREC, I-R-E-C. They've done a lot of work with basically describing the trade-offs of different types of methods used for hosting capacity analyses. And there's a really good example. I'm happy to follow up offline with whoever asked the question of sort of a gold star hosting capacity analysis that's done in one of the utility jurisdictions in California, though off the top of my head, I'm not remembering the specific one. What I'll say is that the trade-offs basically involve a level of detail versus, right, so if you have a lot of detail, the analysis is going to take a long time to run, and therefore will be only infrequently updated, versus on the other hand, having less detail and a more simple analysis, but one that's refreshed on a more, on a quicker timescale. And to do these analyses too, there also needs to be some level of baseline data that's involved, and some visibility into the grid. And so there are several different ways that you can go. I won't go into the details there, and I'll defer to the distribution engineer experts that have already put a lot of work into this topic. But I will say that from a state perspective, I think it's really important to work with the utility to understand what method is being used and what's being presented. So I'll just give a quick example from our system data portal that National Grid operates. So they use a hosting capacity model called Drive, which I believe is from EPRI. And that model has output that's actually done on a nodal basis. But what the system data portal was showing and currently still does show is sort of an aggregated level of output by feeder. After talking with developers, we through the first round of DOE's Solar Energy Innovation Network, we worked with the Rocky Mountain Institute to do a stakeholder focus group on the system data portal to learn what developers wanted from it in order to make it more usable and helpful for them. And what we heard loud and clear is that they wanted more granular information, not just in time, but in location. And so we were able to just talk with National Grid, who is now, they've agreed to post their nodal output from that model, as opposed to the aggregate feeder level. And that should be more helpful for developers. So from a state perspective, I would suggest talking to stakeholders to understand what they want, and then working with the utility to figure out how to implement that. I hope that answers the question, though feel free to ask a follow-up if needed.
Yeah, and I will just from a slightly different perspective, I was pretty envious at Kerry's map in terms of the level of detail and the level of granularity that's there. We've begun this process in Michigan as part of the distribution planning order from last year following the staff report. We asked the utilities, the three that are submitting distribution plans, to provide a first step, a sort of go, no-go map in terms of the best places to integrate on their within their service territories distributed energy resources. We're also working with ITC, which is the independent transmission company that operates the grid in most of the lower peninsula, on a transmission level hosting capacity map. And I think we'll have more to announce this fall on that. And then last year, the state Senate issued a resolution encouraging us, I guess, to undertake a study on reliability, interconnection, and grid integration issues for DERs. And I think, with a due date of the end of 2022, and I think that gives us some formal legislative ask that they would like to see something sort of more concrete around hosting capacity. But we have some work to do there. I will say that I think this issue comes to the fore pretty quickly when you start thinking about integrating electric vehicles or in Michigan, marijuana grow facilities, which also have a pretty heavy electric burden associated with them. I see Dave nodding his head from Washington. But I think we're starting to see that and starting to see some of the real limitations. But in Michigan specifically, if we get to a point where we can't accommodate electric vehicles being produced in Michigan by Ford and General Motors, there's going to be real issues. And so I think that is going to drive some of this in terms of greater transparency, and then really understanding sort of the best places and the upgrades that are needed in order to drive electrification of transportation.
All right, great. Thank you very much. I have a question for all three of you. Kerry mentioned siting, and siting is a big issue, and we can do all the planning that we want, but if we can't actually implement the plans, then that is a challenge. And I just wanted to get a sense from you, how strong is the NIMBY sentiment? What are you hearing from local jurisdictions? What are you hearing from, in the West, we have federal lands in a lot of places. You have opponents to various resource choices. How optimistic are you, or confident are you, that siting can be achieved and that transmission and distribution can actually get built?
Are you asking about siting of transmission, I guess, or siting of the resources, solar and wind?
Oh, well, actually, I was thinking more the siting of the transmission lines, distribution lines, new substations, that kind of thing.
I'll start, but just briefly. So we have not had huge challenges on siting of transmission infrastructure or distribution infrastructure at this point. And the transmission siting is reserved to the commission in a way that siting of resources, the generation, is not. So those are entirely local decisions. And we've seen real challenges in siting of wind and solar projects. But we have not at this point seen the sort of pushback that we've seen in a lot of other states in Michigan, potentially in part because we haven't built a ton of it, and potentially in part because it is sort of state jurisdictional in a way that obviously local voices are hugely important to that process, but you don't have to go township by township for the approvals.
All right,
Yeah.
Chris or Kerry?
So Rhode Island has sort of a similar experience. We obviously people care about siting, distribution, and transmission, but the hot topic right now is siting of utility scale solar projects. Rhode Island is obviously very small, and so we have limited land area. We're also, I believe, the second most densely populated state in the US. And there is a very strong preference, especially from rural communities, to preserve the rural nature and the rural feel of their communities, which utility scale solar does not seem to do for those communities in question. And so last year, we produced a report called the Solar Siting Opportunities Report. It's available on our website. I'm happy to send a link around as well. But essentially, this looked at the potential of deploying solar in what we're calling preferred siting locations. So these would be rooftops, already disturbed sites, landfills, gravel pits, brownfields, and parking lots. And so this is one sort of preliminary step about, how do we encourage siting in those locations? The story, I don't think, will end there, right? Just knowing isn't enough. Sometimes these sites also require higher costs to build the renewable energy systems. So that's something that will need to be thought about. And related to integrated grid planning, obviously, as sites become more difficult to find, sites that are willing to be permitted by the local municipality, then it's going to be about maximizing production on that site, which means reducing your interconnection costs, potentially pairing your solar project with a battery storage system in order to keep that energy and put it out to the grid at all times. You can think of a number of different ways to sort of incentivize and incentivize development at those preferred sites. And then you can also think about a number of dynamics that might result as the number of sites decreases.
Yeah, so in North Carolina, we've seen a growing number of folks challenging both the transmission, which we haven't really tried a whole lot of, and resources. So, most of the solar is being built out in the rural parts of the state, particularly in the eastern part of the state. We're seeing more and more counties adopt local ordinances, special use permitting, or just flat out moratorium on construction of solar facilities and so forth. The commission, public staff really doesn't get into the NIMBY issues. It's a CPCN and siting. We look at cost and need. And then the folks that are concerned about a solar farm next to a school or something like that, they go through their local officials there. On transmission, the utility proposed a large transmission line up through the mountains in order to retire a coal plant about 5 years ago. There was unbelievable outcry from that community, and many of them came back and said, instead of the transmission line, we need to build more solar and wind, which requires more transmission. So that to me indicated a real need for more customer education and understanding in terms of how the system works. Ultimately, another plan was identified that did not involve that transmission line construction to the benefit of everyone. But yeah, we're seeing there's tensions even with respect to whether or not farmland should be given up for a large scale solar installations. And farmers are saying, who are you to tell me what I can and cannot do with my land? And others that feel like, well, we've got to preserve that in a particularly agricultural state. So we're seeing more and more of it as time goes by.
All right, thank you. We're a little bit over, Kerry. I saw that Miles had a question and I had a few more. Are we running out of time?
We can speak the question, but unless there's just a quick response, maybe we can punt it to the all-day discussion.
Okay, well, we are running over. Miles asked a question about siloing, basically whether the speakers or those involved in cohorts, including SIPs in the area, be considered for resource planning and comprehensive planning. He said it'd be great to see the siloing being addressed. and just wondered if any of the panelists had some thoughts on that. Yeah.
I was going to answer Miles's other question, but I might just do it in the chat and then jump back.
Okay.
I will say there's good back and forth between our air regulators and the commission. I think that's one of the benefits, even though the Clean Power Plan ultimately, didn't really get implemented. The lines of communication between the regulatory commission, the state QC and the state EPA, I think really needed to get addressed. And I think I will say there's a fair amount of communication and even coordination between EGLE, our Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, and the state commission on these issues, just to make sure that we know what each other is doing, and that we're, to the extent that we can within our statutory requirements, sort of act consistently.
Thank you. Actually, that's very consistent with what happened in Washington. The clean air, or the Clean Power Plan, really did jumpstart a lot of conversations with our Department of Ecology, and that has continued. So I think that's it, Kerry. I think I'm going to hand it back to you at this time. So thank you very much to the panelists. That was a great discussion, and I look forward to the rest of the afternoon.
Kerry, you might be on mute.
You're on mute.
Thank you, Chair Danner. Thank you so much, panelists. I want to give you as much time as possible for your break, so we can go to the next slide, and we will return at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. See you then. Thank you.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Tanuj, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
We never scheduled that coffee or drink. Can you do that?
We heard a lot about stakeholder engagement throughout the deep dives into the blueprints for the task force, and we heard it mentioned throughout the panel on the state's perspective and implementation of comprehensive electricity planning. So now we are very interested in hearing from our stakeholders and our stakeholder groups to think through how we could better engage them. So at the moment, I would like to bring Senator Eric Cook to join me as being spotlighted, and I will introduce him first to introduce the rest of the panel. So Indiana State Senator Eric Cook currently serves in the Indiana Senate as chairman of the Senate Utilities Committee. He focuses on energy, telecommunications, and water policy interactions in Indiana and nationally. He is co-chairman of the National Conference of State Legislators Energy Supply Task Force. With that, I would like to welcome Senator Eric Cook. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kerry, and it's good to be with everyone this afternoon, coming to you from Southern Indiana. We have a great panel in store for you this afternoon. I will introduce them, I think, individually, beginning with our first presenter, who is Catherine Cox Arslan, who is Borrego Solar's Director of Interconnection Policy, based out of the company's regional headquarters outside of Boston, Massachusetts. CAT advocates for improved interconnection processes and policies that enable and unlock renewable energy development across all of Borrego's U.S. markets. CAT joined Borrego Solar in January of 2020 after a decade of experience interconnecting large-scale renewable projects and leading the wholesale interconnection team for National Grid. Please join me in welcoming Cat Cox Arslan.
Thank you, Senator Cook. I just do a quick sound check. You can hear me great? Oh, wonderful. So thanks everyone for having me today. As Senator Cook alluded to, Borrego is a solar and storage developer. We develop projects here in the state of Massachusetts, but in many states across the country. And we focus on projects that connect to both distribution and transmission grids. I'm really excited to talk to you today because comprehensive planning is important in the realm of interconnection policy. And I really look forward to additional dialogue and knowledge sharing in this conference with the subject matter experts that are on the phone today. I want to acknowledge that this is a complex topic, and I really commend NARUC's NASIO Task Force on Comprehensive Planning for their work. I was directed to this work recently by Paul Alvarez. I saw Paul in the comment chat. And so although not directly involved, I want to acknowledge that this is a really important piece of work. I'm really eager to see it incorporated, and you'll find that a lot of the themes that I talk about have already been talked about in the context of the blueprint and of the state perspectives that we just heard about. In terms of why we think comprehensive planning is important and particular stakeholder perspective, we really see it as a solution to one of our most fundamental challenges in developing projects that can meaningfully contribute to clean energy goals in any of the states that we operate in. It's our experience that the lack of forward-looking infrastructure decisions and investments has ultimately contributed to lengthy interconnection queues and backlogs and unaffordable network upgrades. I know that that's a theme that many of you on the phone on the conference here are very familiar with. But it's unsurprising because of how dynamic policies and technologies have become, and the fact that we're now transitioning our traditional utility system to one that has to host bidirectional power flows. We believe that a stakeholder-supported comprehensive planning process is a critical opportunity to create an optimized and efficient energy grid, and it can importantly create alignment within a state or region on desired public policy outcomes that are ever evolving. Some of the important outputs of this process as one stakeholder in the process includes, flexibility as policy goals and scenarios change. We really want to see a process that can really help us inform where solar or storage can support the energy grid, not just where it can go, but where it is needed, and recognize the operational capabilities of these assets. And we're really, really interested in ensuring that we're really right-sizing infrastructure for a longer-term planning horizon than we traditionally look at this from the lens of just a siloed interconnection process that looks at kind of band-aid infrastructure investments that are needed for this particular project or this chunk of projects that are looking to connect to either the distribution or transmission grid. In my experience, the conversation about comprehensive planning often comes up in light of an immediate queue backlog, which is never the best time to talk about comprehensive planning. In many states that we operate in, we see a huge volume of interest, a huge stress on the transmission and distribution system to accommodate renewable projects, whether they connect at either voltage. And we see this most immediately in the timeline it takes for utilities to do studies and the ultimate cost of the upgrades that might result from them. Those upgrades, especially on the transmission system, can take 5 years or longer to engineer, permit, and construct, while solar facilities like 5 megawatt sites that we specialize in can be developed in a year. So often in these situations, on a project by project or program by program basis, we're asking questions about the long-term picture of the state. Solar is often the first mover in kind of the quote unquote clean energy transition that the state is tackling. So we're often asking questions like those that we're addressing in comprehensive planning, like what investments are needed to support ongoing development and growth in accordance with state objectives? How can we capture the close approaching needs of electrification? How can we improve the modeling process, and why does it take so long? And what are the suite of solutions available? How does the utility consider non-wires alternatives or other technology advances that are also evolving to mitigate any potential issues? I share this because I think we should acknowledge that the discussion regarding comprehensive plan should ideally happen outside of high stakes situations that we often find ourselves in, where there are investment dollars at risk from solar companies like Borrego and many, many others. And also, a lot of pressure with regulators and utilities to make sure that they're achieving the success of the state's policy objectives as well. But here we are. And the need for coordination and collaboration is already here in many states. So balancing those near-term issues that we already see as evidenced by interconnection queues and backlogs, and how we balance that with a thoughtfully constructed and time-bound comprehensive planning process is critical. So addressing the question of who are the right stakeholders and how do we engage them in a meaningful way, we talked about this a little bit in the prior panels, and I really enjoyed the conversation. I know my fellow panelists will have more to say on this topic as well. But I do want to acknowledge that we recognize that we're not the only stakeholder in this energy system that we're co-creating in any state that we operate in. And we really welcome and we encourage the consideration of entities that are focused on the electrification sector, electrification of transportation, municipal governments, environmental justice communities, because they are really important for the overall success of not only the pole and wire infrastructure that the utilities may be planning, but also our success, right, in terms of developing renewable facilities to meet clean energy goals. I'd also flag that the discussion on siting in the previous panel was a really important one, where we absolutely agree engagement is needed. But I also flag that the solar industry is also very large and very diverse, and we only represent a small portion of that very large industry. And so engaging in the interests of residential rooftop, commercial solar, community solar, and utility scale solar, you may be talking to lots of different individuals that focus on these specific niches within the solar industry. And so, it's a challenge that we recognize that, how do we meaningfully participate in a way that's not overly fragmented and provides, a shared view, no matter where we kind of sit within that spectrum of solar development and clean energy development. And so for this reason, among others, we really support the concept of a third-party facilitator in a comprehensive planning process to make sure there's a collaborative conversation and engagement at the right times. And then I also just wanted to point that out to acknowledge that there can be an inequity in just overall bandwidth and financial and technical resources available to each individual or group, and for entities even like Borrego to resource and coordinate and participate in a meaningful way in a comprehensive planning process. The other really important point I wanted to just compound on a little bit was around the topic of information and data sharing. So that was noted as a key obstacle in one of the prior panels on the blueprint, and we absolutely agree. Naturally, the consideration for resources like distributed energy resources, the assumptions of where these resources will go and how they will operate necessitates a level of involvement that is not just an informational one-way exchange that has really been the status quo of how we have done planning. historically. And so a couple of examples of where, we would really love, more collaboration and more information is regarding modeling and model access. Just the sheer fact that, we may have access to modeling information for the bulk transmission system, but we actually don't really have a lot of data on the distribution system, depending on where we are, depending on which state that we're operating in, is kind of a foundational issue for us in terms of how to meaningfully participate. And it's a really important starting point. Additionally, I talked about the queue backlogs as being one of the reasons why comprehensive planning is important, but I wanted to just note that, what we have seen in some states is that the queues have been the driver of one of the inputs around renewable energy infrastructure and what is needed. And that, that could be driven by available hosting capacity today or market mechanisms or price signals that exist today. And so that's another reason why the stakeholder engagement on kind of assumptions and scenarios and forecasts becomes really important, right? Because that data may not be available in one discrete place. It may be available, through the stakeholder process. And then, I think the blueprint did a great job in noting this. I don't think the goal is necessarily to look over the shoulder of a state regulator or a utility in every single part of the comprehensive planning process, but information sharing and data access related to some of those discrete points that were drawn out, with the scenarios, the forecasts, the models, and the solutions is a really critical component for us to meaningfully participate. And then the last kind of area that I wanted to address that's a favorite topic of mine is just really about bridging the divide between transmission and distribution planning. And I was really happy to see this talked about a lot today already. Very eager to see that that process was very clearly articulated in several of the blueprints that the NASIO task force and created in their roadmaps. But I wanted to take this opportunity to reinforce this concept, both in the context of FERC Order 2222, but also in the challenges that present themselves today. Renewable projects are often caught in limbo between planning processes and the area of overlap between federal and state jurisdiction. And we were experiencing that pretty prevalently here in the Northeast. One such example is, here in the Northeast is, small community solar projects are causing stress on the transmission system. And these cluster studies have been created, right, to review what those needs are. These upgrades, may not be bulk in nature. They may not be, part of the ISO's planning process. They may be part of the utilities planning process. And there's always a bit of a question about, who is really responsible for the planning procedures and the planning outputs of that type of level of study and those types of network upgrades that result from it. We found that within both of these processes, the suite of solutions identified as alternatives are really expensive, and we probably lack experience, within one particular state or one particular region to identify, what's really possible in terms of mitigating traditionally very expensive infrastructure solutions. So I think the comprehensive planning process offers a real opportunity to look at that in a meaningful way, and to really, leverage best practices and knowledge from technical experts to help achieve the best desired outcome for states. So, in terms of transmission and distribution issues and limitations as they exist today, it's really my sincere hope that a comprehensive planning process would diminish those types of lags between those two types of processes and create further alignment, which currently has a dampening effect on clean energy deployment in the state that's being felt today. So thank you for the opportunity to share some of our perspectives on this topic. I'm really looking forward to learning a lot more from everyone on this panel, in addition to future panels, and I'll turn it back to Senator Cook.
Thank you, Kat, for your insights. Stick around if I don't see any questions right now, but at the end of the presentations, we'll probably have some general questions for the whole panel. I know I have a couple, so we appreciate your remarks. Our next presenter is Joe Daniel, who is with the Union of Concerned Scientists, where he is a senior energy analyst and manager of electricity markets with the Climate and Energy Program. In that role, he serves as the primary point person for coordinating UCS's utility regulatory work at state public utility commissions, ISOs, and FERC. Please join me in welcoming Joe Daniel.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to start off by just acknowledging that, most of the people who are able to engage in utility proceedings are professional advocates. They're state consumer advocates, state AG offices, regulatory staff at clean tech companies, organizations that can afford to pay their staff to either give or hire expert testimony and legal representation. People like me who work for nonprofits that get funding that cover my salary. Those types of groups, those types of people, we can provide a lot of value to these proceedings. And commissions that are truly interested in broadening the perspectives and voices that are being heard at commission proceedings, they have to be focused, they have to be intentional when it comes to stakeholder engagement. Specifically, I think commissions should be asking 3 questions as they sculpt their stakeholder engagement for any given proceeding. Who should the commission keep in mind when thinking about stakeholder engagement? How should the commission go about engaging stakeholders in this specific proceeding? And why is the commission prioritizing stakeholder engagement here? So I want to talk about those 3 things: the who, the how, and the why. Starting off with who should the commission keep in mind when thinking about stakeholder engagement. Like I said at the start, there's a large contingency of people that are going to engage in these proceedings because it's our professional duty. We're more than willing and capable of overcoming any of the obstacles and hurdles that are sometimes put in front of us in order to engage in a proceeding. And I'm happy to continue doing that, but I just want to also acknowledge that, some of those hurdles I'll be talking about later are really easy to remove. And as commissions start to sit down and think about stakeholder engagement, they should be thoughtful and intentional about which community representatives, which community members do they need to engage, because there is a large group of individuals who have historically been overburdened and underrepresented in these proceedings. And I'm mainly talking about environmental justice groups and smaller community groups that just do not have the resources. And UCS loves to partner with those groups, and we'll provide honorariums sometimes when we can to help them engage in these proceedings, because we know how important it is for those voices to be heard. But in reality, the commission should be looking to tear down all of the possible hurdles that are preventing these groups from intervening. And I recognize that this isn't an easy task. And I also know that, an unscrupulous utility might be inclined to take advantage of sort of an open forum. This is certainly what we've seen happen in New Orleans, where the local utility Entergy hired to pay actors to pose as everyday citizens to promote and advocate for a specific investment. But in reality, those types of events are not going to be what happens when we tear down some of these barriers. The overwhelming majority of citizens will engage in a meaningful and important way in these proceedings. So how should the commission go about doing this? How should they engage stakeholders? Well, I think the first step has to be listening and doing proactive outreach so that you can find out what those individuals need. Because in some states that I've worked, you have an incredibly motivated and well-resourced groups that can easily integrate, easily integrate other organizations. And other times, the community groups don't even know what the difference is between a rate case and an IRP. And, that type of education will be necessary. So you need to kind of get an understanding of where your stakeholders are, how long they've been engaged in these types of proceedings, what level of engagement they're prepared to do. And I've been fortunate enough to build relationships with many of those individual organizations, and they fall along the spectrum. But I wanted to share a few things that I think I've heard that I think might be useful for you all to know about. So one of the things that is the easiest, low lift, should not be a problem for any commission is being more selective with your meeting times. So you'll have a lot of times the stakeholder engagement meetings will be during 9 to 5, because those of us who are professionals work 9 to 5, and if this is our job, then that's the most convenient time for us to do these meetings. But if you're a student or a working mother who's trying to engage in these proceedings, trying to have your voice heard, you can't make that meeting. And so there are now in some jurisdictions, there are now mandates for at least 1 or 2 meetings to be held after 5 p.m. so that more members of the community can engage in that proceeding. And that's a really easy thing that you can do that can have really meaningful impacts in terms of the amount and availability of the community to engage. One thing that I'm literally dealing with this week is there is in Kansas, apparently, you can't e-sign a non-disclosure agreement. The only way you can do it is to print it out, sign it, scan it, and send it back. And with COVID, right now, I don't have access to a scanner. I have a printer, so I printed one out, signed it, and took a photo, and was basically told that probably wouldn't fly with the commission. So I'm gonna have to probably mail the NDA into the commission during a pretty tight timeline, when there's really no argument that I think makes sense to why a electronic version of a signed document wouldn't be acceptable. And I think COVID has really illuminated a lot of these opportunities. A lot of commissions relaxed deadlines for proceedings, allowed for e-signatures, allowed for things to be filed electronically rather than, and no print copies were needed to be delivered to the commission. And these are all things that I think we should try to continue doing even as we come out of COVID, because it does reduce the barrier to entry into these proceedings. It does just make life a little bit easier, not only for the professional advocates like myself, but for those who are doing other things and want to engage in this in addition to their already full schedule. And then there's also things like, in some states, for a contested case, you probably need legal representation. But for a stakeholder process or for an IRP, a lawyer representing you might not be necessary. And so allowing for certain proceedings to have legal representation mandates and other proceedings not to have them are, I think, something that commissions should be thinking about. Like, all right, does this particular proceeding really require you to have legal representation? Or should there be an opportunity for public engagement without having to have somebody who's passed the bar in your state be representing that person? Then there's more like tangible things, that Kat was, I think, starting to allude to, like easier access to modeling, open source modeling, data access. Those are obviously really important things. Sometimes, the utility is really resistant to wanting to use an open source model because they have their proprietary model that they use and they like. UCS actually has access to a lot of those models. We have subscriptions to Plexos and ProMod and like half a dozen other models. So that's not a barrier for me, but it's a barrier for a lot of people. And one interesting thing that I've seen commissions start to do to get around that is they require the utility to offer up 1 or 2 seats to the model for interveners, so that, all right, the intervener doesn't have to foot the bill. Like a subscription to one of these models could be $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. And if you're only going to use it for one IRP, it doesn't make sense. UCS does a lot of energy modeling. We get involved in a lot of utility proceedings. So it makes sense for us. But if you only represent a small community in one utility's proceeding, you're never going to be able to foot that bill. But it might be easier for the utility to incur that cost as part of the cost of doing business in that IRP or in that distribution planning proceeding. But ultimately, even that requires somebody to be paid to run that model, to somebody who knows Plexos or Aurora. And that's difficult to find and expensive if they're not working at a nonprofit. So requiring utilities to conduct runs on behalf of interveners is a relatively low cost way, an easy way to help make sure that the interests and desires of the community that these utilities are trying to serve show up in these proceedings. And then there's independent modeling. In California, for example, an independent party runs the model and does the scenario analyses and helps create these scenarios. And it's not just in resource planning. The triennial New England AESC, which is Avoided Energy Supply Costs, is a multi-utility, multi-state stakeholder process where a third party does the modeling and helps come up with the gas price forecast and the load forecast and all of the other inputs and assumptions. And it ends up getting a lot of buy-in both from the utilities and the stakeholders. So lastly, I want to touch on why the commission should prioritize stakeholder engagement, because some of the recommendations that you're going to hear from me and from others are going to be difficult to implement. And if you don't see this as a priority, I can understand why you might be unmotivated to try to overcome those hurdles. And I was a part of the NARUC-NASIO task force, and by and large, I was really enthusiastic and encouraged to see how many commissioners and commission staff really were committed to engaging in good stakeholder engagement when we were talking about that in that proceeding. But there was more than one commissioner who genuinely said things like, I don't see the value in stakeholder engagement, or I would never want to promote intervener funding for stakeholders because that is not the ratepayer dollars put to good use. But it is, intervener funding is a great use of ratepayer funding and ratepayer dollars, because the commission can only make the right decision if it has all of the information. It can't have all of the information unless it hears from all the different voices and perspectives. And you won't hear from those voices and perspectives unless you are intentional in getting them to the table. So unless you are willing to do that stakeholder engagement and take those efforts, you're never going to be making the best possible decisions that you can be. And from every commissioner I've ever talked with in my entire career, that is what everyone wants. They want to be making the best possible decision. They are truly committed public servants, but they don't sometimes realize that these underrepresented groups, who also happen to be some of the most overburdened groups, really have a struggle to show up to these proceedings and be involved in these proceedings. And I think one of the best examples of all of this is in New Orleans. So we talked a little bit earlier about the utility hiring fake actors or real actors to be fake citizens to advocate for a gas plant that they wanted to build. But if you go back even farther from that, 10 years ago, the local advocates in the community were demanding more rooftop solar and storage and microgrids. And 5 years ago, they intervened in the proceedings, hired experts, ran modeling that showed that rooftop solar, storage, distributed resources were lower cost and lower risk and more resilient than this gas plant. And what happened just this past month? Just as people expected, a hurricane knocked out the transmission system, knocked out the power plants, and the people who had backup generation, whether it was diesel or rooftop solar, were able to get their electricity restored faster. And so had the commission listened to these interveners, listened to the community and acted on it, then they would be in a much better position right now. I don't know if everybody would have their power back right now, but they would certainly be better off than where they were after the hurricane hit. And, that's the most important part, right? If the commission had acted on the desires and the needs of the commission, of the people, of the community. Because if these stakeholder engagement and these stakeholder forums are just performative and voids for interveners to yell into, they're not going to provide any value. So the bottom line, the most important takeaway is that those stakeholder engagement, that feedback has to be reflected in commission orders, in commission decision making. And that's all I have. So I'll pass it back on to the senator. Thank you.
All right, Joe. Thank you for your perspective. Our final panelist before we move to Q&A is Tanuj Diora, who is Vice President of Marketing and Development and Regulatory Affairs at Uplight, a leading solutions provider for delivering energy consumer-centric innovation. In addition to leading Uplight's regulatory affairs squad, he engages utility executives, investors, and other thought leaders to explore how to best align industry incentives and deploy cutting-edge technology to deliver a cleaner, more resilient, and consumer-centric energy system. So welcome to Noosh.
Thank you, Senator Cook. Appreciate the opportunity here. Thanks to the whole crew over at NARUC, NASIO, and NCEP. I've been a fan of the work of NARUC and NASIO for years. I've been in the industry for just over 15 years in a variety of different roles. And this particular process, thinking about comprehensive electricity planning, Kat mentioned it, is really next level. It's really top shelf. So really, really excited. I got to participate as a stakeholder in the process. I think it was back in Cleveland in October of 19. Had a great experience there and got a chance to see how comprehensive the work itself actually is. So comprehensive work on comprehensive planning, really, really critical, really, really timely. I mentioned I've been in the industry for a while. I've actually had the opportunity to think about this issue of engagement and planning processes from a variety of different roles. I think I just scribbled down 5 roles in the notes as we were having the conversation. As a project developer, like Kat, as a policymaker, not as a elected representative like Senator Cook, but as a political appointee running the energy office for the state of Colorado. I actually was an advisor and facilitator to stakeholder engagement for IRP and in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. That was quite an experience and had a lot of opportunity, a lot of good stuff, but left some things on the table for sure there in that planning process. And now I've also been as a customer thinking about some of the things happening in DC. Some of you may be aware that in the District of Columbia, there's been some talk about creating a separate distributed energy resource authority to pull out the thinking about how distributed energy resources might be deployed best in the district outside of the utility planning processes. And so I've been engaged a little bit as a citizen there. And my current role working at Uplight is a fifth way of thinking about things. My clients tend to be utilities. We have a few other provider clients, but the majority of the 80 some odd entities that we sell our product to are investor-owned utilities. And so we're often finding ourselves in alignment with some of the end goals in the dockets that we engage in. And of course, we always want to be doing well by our clients, but sometimes we have a slightly different perspective than they have. So the variety of stakeholder experience has brought me to having a lot of thoughts and a lot of things I try to process as I go through and make some recommendations. So definitely heard a lot of great insights from Kat and Joe. Would generally +1 the things that I heard there. I want to pivot a little bit to maybe thinking about how, well, first of all, why and how stakeholder engagement can be best performed by policymakers and the commissions. So when we think about why comprehensive planning is important, Kat mentioned on the distribution system, there's a lot of potential resource there that maybe doesn't have the friction-free experience that developers would like, or all of us, frankly, would like to see. But there's also a behind-the-meter component that needs to be incorporated as well. Behind the meter is really interesting. I started the industry 15 years ago on the supply side because I was like, I don't understand customers. I don't understand how folks think. I want to do math problems. And not only is it economics 101 in the power sector, right? At the time, it was just the supply curve. The demand curve didn't even matter, right? That's changing a lot. But now we have to start thinking about the demand curve, and we should start thinking about behind the meter in a much more interesting way. And I think that's opened up a little bit more about how we can think about stakeholder engagement as well. Just to go a little bit more about the opportunity on behind the meter, we've recently done some work at Uplight with Brattle, with Guidehouse and E3, and collectively come up with a number that we think is a low estimate, frankly, of a total achievable market by 2025 of 100 gigawatts of potential resource on demand flexibility. 100 gigawatts for context, right? Our system in the US is 1,000 gigawatts. So 10% of our resource needs could be met by demand flexibility, behind the meter demand flexibility. A big chunk of that are things like smart thermostats, where we have proven technology that's been delivering results. It also includes battery storage behind the meter, EV managed charging and the like. And if you start thinking about EV managed charging, for example, that brings in a whole new set of stakeholders when you think about comprehensive planning. Now, not only are you thinking about the traditional environmental stakeholders coming in and joining, the developers, of course, the utilities, the planners, other folks. Now you got to start thinking about the transportation system and how that might be impacted in some of this work. So we want to think about that big tent. We want to think about all how really integrated the energy system is increasingly going to become, especially some of the legislation in Washington, D.C. Actually passes through. Some of the stuff that got released over the weekend comes through. We're going to have even more need for thinking about that stakeholder group in a broader way. And so you could see this becoming an overwhelming problem if we're not thoughtful about how we ask people to participate. And so we want to think about which groups are we asking what questions. Joe mentioned the scandal when the PR firm went a bit overboard by hiring actors to serve as citizens talking about natural gas power plants. And we have to ask, okay, what expertise is that group? What understanding is that particular group of citizens who turned out to be actors, but citizens coming and bringing to the process? Should they really be weighing in on specific resourcing decisions, or should they be weighing in on what criteria and what options they want to have as general consumers, right? So we can start thinking in a more sophisticated way about what kind of input we're taking from different stakeholder groups. One thing that was pretty fascinating here in the district, the local utility here in the District of Columbia recently had acquired some land from the city. It is currently being used as a community garden in between some public housing and an elementary school. And the utility wanted to tear that out and put a substation there. And so there was lots of questions about, well, how should those folks' input be incorporated in? And how does that tie into the idea of using non-wires alternatives as an alternative to building a new substation? So really complicated, difficult questions. And, really unclear that the city knows how to go forward, or how the district knows how to go forward to incorporating their input with the technical input to figure this one out. So I don't necessarily have a big set of specific recommendations here. I want to get into some of the Q&A and some of the back and forth with Kat and Joe and you, Senator. But we want to be thoughtful about what kind of input, when we're designing these improved stakeholder systems, what kind of input is being brought in at what time, and even further than making it open, but actually actively recruiting those groups to come participate, right? So it's not just enough to say, hey, if you want to come participate, you can come show up to a docket. That's overwhelming for many groups that have very legitimate perspectives that are going to be important in the grid of the future. But we want to think about who is showing up and where do we need to go proactively bring in community groups, or is there a technical expertise, or is there a solution provider like Uplight that's missing from the table? Should we invite folks to come and participate from that community, us and our competitors? So I'll, in the interest of leaving time for Q&A, I'll leave it at that, but excited to have the conversation and mix it up with my friends Kat and Joe.
All right, Tanuj, thank you. Well, we'll kick off the Q&A with a question in the chat box from Joe Palladino at DOA, who asks, since we have to integrate many considerations, e.g. moving power from remote renewable resources to load centers, electrification, resilience, and utilization of DERs across T&D, would it make sense to consider regional planning across states coupled with distribution system planning? With IRP planning and trans planning are still too fragmented and do not consider factors holistically. So panel, what do you think about that? Joe, on to something there?
Well, Joe, we'll have a Joe answer first, and then Tanuj and Kat can jump in if they disagree or want to add to anything I say. I think there already is some regional planning. There are processes like the New England avoided energy supply cost process that I mentioned earlier is multi-state. I kind of had a ding against Entergy earlier, so now I'll give them a little bit of a praise. They do their IRP planning pretty much for all of their jurisdictions. Now they have different proceedings, so they have to file that at different times. But when they do their IRP planning, they look at Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, New Orleans, and that eastern part of Texas that they have territory in, and do the multi-state planning. Make the same assumptions for for their entire service territory, which spans across multiple states. And you have what, strictly speaking, is planning at the RTOs. Now, there's a lot of criticism to be had about what that looks like. But MISO does have a MISO-wide planning process where they look at when they're specifically looking at transmission, and they look at different scenarios for what other resources might be available. I think what the job of interveners have been is oftentimes to bring those disparate pieces and say, actually, there's a transmission planning process going on right now, and they're trying to identify possible solutions to this transmission constraint that the utility is using as an excuse to build something else. And what it shouldn't be on the intervener's job. There should be some other proactive means, some other form of interface between the regional planners, the state planners, the federal planning, the planning across utilities. Like there does need to be more proactive, systemic solutions to those information. What as an economist, I would call information asymmetry.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Kat, Tanuj, your thoughts?
I can jump in. I'll speak to this from the perspective of New England because that's where I am. Yes, there does need to be regional planning. I think one of the things that's been recognized in New England, which is has a multi-state RTO, is the important problem of how to align each individual state's state objectives that may have historically looked downward with the kind of upward regional perspective of the RTO and their planning processes. I know the FERC-NOPR is going to be reviewing that, but I think specifically, in New England, the New England governors have issued some kind of advancing the vision work around how they would see transmission planning evolve from that perspective. So I do think that it definitely has to be both because each state is unique in terms of the evolution of their programs. Things like land use, stakeholder kind of inputs are going to be unique state by state in terms of what constituents want to see their energy grid look like. But I think there is a particular emphasis that has to remain on, is the regional planning process as effective as it can be from the bulk transmission perspective to help support in two directions, right? What's coming out of the states and then what the RTOs are identifying as kind of bulk transmission needs. I don't know if that answers your question, Joe, and if it doesn't, feel free to message me.
Great points, Kat. Tanuj, your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Senator Cook. Yeah, when I first heard the question, my immediate reaction was actually a bit negative, just an emotional reaction. But I think it was not meant to be regional instead of local. It was on top of, perhaps. And if that's the spirit of this, then I think by all means, absolutely, we should have expanded regional planning with more engagement from all stakeholders. One of the reasons why it makes sense to do that is because of weather, frankly, and under extreme conditions like we've experienced recently with hurricanes and fires and whatnot, we know that larger balancing areas, larger planning areas provide more of a space for resilience and a reliability and recovery perspective. But we also know that under normal conditions, that will increasingly be the case as we see more variable renewable energy coming into the system, that weather is variable place to place, and that you can now balance wind from one state with wind or solar from another state and actually create a more effective, efficient system that provides the reliability that we're looking for. Another issue is if we have bigger areas, we have more standardization on how the planning is being done. One of the biggest challenges that we have at Uplight is a lot of times every service territory will have very specific requirements that require customization, which is much less efficient than having a standardized approach. And the more regional, larger the planning areas, the more standardization that can occur. I'm actually fairly bullish as this being a secondary benefit from the FERC 2222 process when we think about resources at the distribution system level and behind the meter. It's going to drive a lot of questions about visibility and the visibility of behind the meter and distribution level resources to make sure that those are operating effectively, which will be good for the RTOs, but it'll also allow for more of those resources to get a chance to participate and get monetized value streams out of the RTOs. So all for, if as long as it's additive as opposed to instead of, then I think it's a great idea.
Well, great discussion. The next question is mine. You all are active around the country to some degree or another. Can each of you give us one or more examples of any states or any utilities efforts that you've joined or that you're aware of that have been positive, that have encouraged forums for non-traditional stakeholder involvement for a multi-level electricity planning? And if so, what made that good and what can we learn from those?
Well, I'll jump in really quickly. Try to be short. After Hurricane Maria, PREPA, the utility in Puerto Rico, was asked to redo their IRP from just a year or two before. That really had minimized the amount of renewables and really more importantly, distributed resources that could be brought in to the system as part of their IRP. And while I wouldn't point to that as being a flawless process, I think it had a lot of benefits in terms of actually going through and having an informal, non-adjudicated process that happened before the actual formal adjudicated process that allowed for a lot more community groups to come in and say, we would like to host microgrids. That was one of the speakers on an earlier panel had mentioned, I'm sorry, I can't remember who, had mentioned the need for education. And not only was this a great way for the commission, the utilities, the engineers actually running the IRP to hear from the stakeholder groups, but also a great way to educate back those stakeholder groups. So they understood the process that was being used. They understood the resources that were being considered. They understood some of the pros and cons of different elements. And we could use more of a conjoint approach to say, hey, do you like scenario A or scenario B? And they would come back and say, we like this from A, this from B, work together to actually come up and find some better solutions that would have been non-traditional in that process. So that was a process that, while far from perfect, I would say was massively superior to the previous attempts to do an IRP for Puerto Rico.
Thanks, Tanuj. Joe or Kat, any other positive examples to share?
Okay, I'll share an example, but we don't have an outcome yet. And I think it's a good and recent example of how commissions are reviewing and feeling about the stakeholder engagement component of plans. And in New York, there's been a lot of work in New York regarding the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. Last year, the utilities provided reports on the transmission and distribution infrastructure they felt was necessary to meet the CLCPA goals in the long term, and constructed voluminous record around some of those infrastructure upgrades and the clean energy benefits that they were acknowledging would be provided by them. Last week, the commission issued an order declining in some, I'll say that declining in some respects, the utilities move forward on some of those phase 2 investments because the stakeholder engagement plan included a once-a-year annual meeting to inform stakeholders of the plans that they plan to present to the NYISO and then move forward with. And the commission said, that doesn't look like a stakeholder engagement plan, come back to the drawing board in 6 months. So, it's an evolving process. It's not a process with an outcome right now, but I think I'll just flag that as an acknowledgement that, stakeholder engagement has to be a lot more bidirectional. There's a lot of opportunities to do that. We've talked about that today. And here's a good example of a commission recognizing that.
Okay. Thanks, Kat. And Joe?
Sure. I think the one thing the one example that comes to mind isn't actually a resource planning docket, but rather a operations docket. So the topic that I am probably most closely known for or most closely identified with is self-commitment of coal-fired power plants. This is where coal plants operate when there's lower cost resources available on the market, and they then pass those costs along to customers through regulatory proceedings. And in Minnesota, when I was talking to the commissioners about this issue, and Excel in Minnesota was one of the worst actors on this front based off of my research. You know, they immediately opened up an investigatory docket that was not adjudicated. It was purely for informational sharing and for the commission to have an opportunity to investigate the issue. And what that meant was that the utility was a lot less defensive. They just they weren't being asked to defend what they did. It was really about like the commission saying, we don't want this to happen. How do we fix this? And it really allowed everybody to focus on like how to actually solve this problem. And that was 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. And over the past 3 years, you know, they went from being the worst actor to being one of the best actors. Like all of the coal plants in Minnesota, save for one, operate on an economic basis or operate seasonally and are really providing the most possible value that they can to customers. Because these coal plants, because there's so much wind in the spring and fall and winter, like the prices were really, really low. And now it only really makes sense to run them in the summertime. And that's the case for a lot of coal plants across the country. And I think having that non-adjudicated, similar to Puerto Rico in some ways, that having that where the utility wasn't coming in and asking for cost recovery, right? So there was they weren't like trying to defend something that, I've been in those proceedings too. And the utilities because hundreds of millions of dollars are on the line. So yeah, I think having those investigatory dockets, having those non-adjudicated dockets that precede the adjudicated docket, I think that's a really great strategy to have meaningful engagement with, so not just between the stakeholders and the commission, but the stakeholders with each other, with the utility and with the commission all together. I think that can be really helpful. It's not like the cure-all, but it's definitely a really great thing to have.
Yeah, if I can just plus one that really quickly, this wasn't a multi-level comprehensive planning approach, but most recently, the state of New Jersey looked to have a docket open to implement their Clean Energy Act of 2018 through 2019 into 2020. And they took a similar kind of approach where they put some proposed rules out there, draft rules, and then built a pretty broad group or brought a pretty broad group of stakeholders in to then provide feedback through a series of open stakeholder meetings that ended up being a lot of debate within the meeting, but it was all very constructive, very positive, very good faith. And they came up with really an outstanding solution to some of the questions that we're facing on the DSM side. In fact, I'd encourage everyone to take a look at that. It went from something that I would describe as a train wreck kind of process to then a quick pivot to actually getting a process that mattered and an outcome that took New Jersey from being kind of middle of the pack to being a little bit of a laggard to actually being one of the best states in the country in terms of thinking about the DSM resource. So similar kind of process, all the characteristics Joe's talking about. It wasn't adjudicated. The adjudicated stuff was going on at the same time. That was very tense and non-constructive, but the fact that it wasn't an adjudicated docket, that things weren't in the record of, from a legal perspective, but they were in the record in terms of staff influence and stakeholder influence was really, really powerful.
Well, those were great examples. Thank you for sharing those. I have one more question. And here in Indiana, our legislature is in the third of 4-year state energy policy planning process. I co-chair the effort, and we have seen in that process the emergence of non-traditional stakeholders coming forward. So my question to you is there a role for state legislatures in this conversation? And if so, what is it? And have you seen examples around the country that you might want to share? Joe?
And just say that I'm not familiar. I haven't been involved in any proceeding where a state legislature has been involved, but I have been involved in a couple where cities have started to get involved, city governments and city officials. And I definitely think there's, I've seen them provide some really good value in clarifying some of their policy objectives, some of the city policy objectives, specifically in resource long-term planning. So, I would imagine that, I would certainly, the idea of a state legislature being engaged doesn't seem to me as something that would be like out of the realm of productivity.
Yeah, I would. Sorry, Senator. I would just add that I'd go back to that question of how, which questions the legislature is asking. Unfortunately, across the country, it seems like we've definitely politicized things that maybe we best left to more an economic analysis or other expert analyses. And so I think one of the challenges we see in policymaking, and I do have engaged at the state level, federal level, both legislatively and regulatorily, we want to make sure that the legislators are not over prescribing solutions on implementation. So being able to lay out what is the will of the people of that jurisdiction in terms of the outcomes that are being designed for, that makes a ton of sense for states to have for legislators to have an open process. And it's always good. I mean, as a politician, Senator Koch, you know, you have to talk to your constituents. So that's great. Absolutely, we want states to legislatures to do that. But I think we want to make sure that it's not overly prescriptive, because a lot of things will change as well. You don't want to be passing laws every couple of years that are constantly in the same topic. So you want to make sure you're setting up a framework that's much more on, here are the long-term policy objectives, and not be overly prescriptive in terms of, letting the PUCs, letting the regulators get a little more prescriptive. But again, really even them being outcome-based to let the providers then be accountable for the outcomes that matter. So as long as it's being calibrated effectively in terms of what is really policy, then I think it's a fantastic idea.
And Kat, any thoughts?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with Tanush's comments. It really is a case of last resort, and it absolutely is something that we are happy and willing and want to talk to the legislature about if we're having particular issues. But more often than not, the success of actually moving an issue forward and implementing on an issue really rests with our regulators, our relationship with our regulators, and also the cooperation of the utilities. And so we do put a lot of emphasis there, and we found that legislation that we have proposed, we've ultimately, been able to enact certain tools that we need just directly with the utilities and trying to get collaboration with the utilities. They don't necessarily want to be those kind of outcomes to be legislated either, right? And so, I think there's common sense prevails in a lot of cases, and there's definitely a role for the legislature to play, and the utility committees in the legislature to play. But for implementation types of outcomes, it's probably not the best.
All right, thanks for those thoughts. One last question before we hit our 4:45 stop. Kat recommended having a third-party facilitator for these kind of processes. And sometimes these can be PUC-led, SEO-led, utility-led. Tanush, Joe, do you have any thoughts about how to run these efforts? Or Kat, do you want to expand a little bit?
Yeah, can I expand a little bit on why? Because I was just running through my talking points real quick. So, I think there's a couple of reasons why. One is, I think I recognize that departments and commission staff have a lot of responsibilities and a lot of priorities, and facilitating stakeholder meetings, if they can kind of play that role in a more active listening and engaging way rather than a facilitation way, I think that offers a lot of value for their participation. And so I say it for that reason. The other reason is somewhat related to maybe some comments in the chat, which is sometimes we're asked to participate in stakeholder engagements and meetings, and then we're told something like, yeah, we want you to engage, but utility planning standards are off limits. Like, you can't talk about those, right? And so there are certain kind of areas of non-consensus that really need to be resolved, and some alignment that really needs to be built, that a third-party facilitator that's not the utility and that's not the regulator might be best equipped to play that role.
Yeah, 100% plus one on everything Kat said. I think, just to make sure when you're thinking about how you're selecting a facilitator, you want to make sure you find a facilitator, and this can be a bit of a unicorn at times, that is both an expert in the area, so he or she will understand when things are off track, or when things are a communication or an understanding, lexicon, syntax, those kind of issues require separate resolution. Then there's actually a clear difference of opinion versus there's something that values-based difference of opinion versus there's something that actually could be resolved. So understanding is an area of disagreement just a semantic disagreement? Is an area of disagreement just a values disagreement that you're probably never going to come to a resolution on, or is it based on staking out different perspectives that actually could be coming together is important. So finding a facilitator who understands the topic well enough, but at the same time does not have a stake in the outcome. And oftentimes commissioners, commission staff, other folks will have a stake in the outcome. Well, they always have a stake in the outcome, but will have a perspective or a bias in the outcome and have a preformed opinion. That also can be a real challenge. So even when we do, I've noticed it in this comprehensive planning concept or in the regulatory arena, but even internally at Uplight, when we're trying to resolve some things, we'll bring in someone from another outside group within the company, or even sometimes an outside facilitator to actually help with that. So the rest of us can be thinking in a creative space, doing the active listening if that's the appropriate role, all those kind of things that Kat had laid out. So yeah, +1, and it can be hard, but finding the right facilitator is super, super valuable.
Thanks, Tanuj. Joe, you get the last word.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% in agreement with what Kat and Tanuj just said. UCS hosts several monthly meetings and weekly meetings, and I was once asked to take over as the subject matter expert to also do the facilitation, and it did not go well. And so, like, absolutely having people who are experts in that field just makes everything work a lot better. And I've seen it, pay dividends. In Minnesota, Xcel Energy hired Sue Tierney to do a analysis group to do the facilitation, and it allowed for, I think, you were still in a semi-adjudicated proceeding, and this was the stakeholder meetings, which are not in the record. They're not written comments. But there was still some tension in the room and disagreements on what to build and how assumptions were right. And having that third party just allowed for a certain level of trust that it was necessary for that environment. So yeah, I'm on board.
All right. Well, it's 4:45. That concludes this panel. I want to thank each panelist for their expertise. And it was a very interesting discussion. And at this time, I will turn the meeting back over to Kerry Worthington.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. That was a very dynamic conversation, and we really appreciated hearing all of your thoughts. And thank you, Senator Cook, for your moderation there. So great. We are going to move into the next part of the day. You've heard me say a few times that there's these end of the day discussions, and the time is now. I will actually be introducing Danielle Sass-Burnett to come back in and facilitate this this session, but we will like to hear from everybody, either chat or video. So get warmed up while Danielle leads you through this section of the agenda.
Yeah, no pressure after that discussion about facilitators and how important they are for our final session here. So thanks, Joe, Kat, and Tanuj for that. No, but thank you all so much, all of our speakers, notwithstanding our session earlier. My session earlier has been fantastic and very engaging. We also saw quite a few questions in the chat that we've been noting, and we want to pull those out. We want to pull out your great examples and additional resources. So we are asking, as Kerry put up here, to use not just use the chat box, but to turn on your camera. It's only 20 minutes so that we can actually find folks who are interested in speaking up. So if you are still there, we would certainly appreciate not just Kerry and I talking to each other. We do that all the time. We enjoy each other and it's all good, but still, we would love some company. Thank you, Tanuj. Thank you, others. You can get your fingers loosened up. Thank you, Chair Scripps and President Shalander. You can get your fingers loosened up by chatting into the chat box. What is your favorite color? We're asking really intense, thought-provoking questions to start getting people engaged here. And if you give the wrong answer, there's not going to be a penalty. Please do join us here. I see some of our commissioner members and others. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you playing along here. Not burnt orange, I guess, saying that there are some sports allegiances here. if I were to gamble. All right, Kerry, next slide, please. Yes, indeed, sports it is. So here's what we're planning to do. We have set up a few slides where we've got space for additional resources and examples. Resources are publications, they are websites, they are other places one can go for how-to style information about comprehensive planning or any of the many facets that are part of the comprehensive planning ecosystem, like interconnection, et cetera, and also space for examples, state or utility or et cetera examples. Location-based is what we think of with examples. And then we have another section and we'll go through questions, lingering questions that folks have that are still on your mind after the discussions we've had today. We'll be addressing some of those over the course of the next couple of days, and that will also help form some of the work plans that we all at NCEP and NARUC and NASIO end up taking on over the coming time periods ahead. So we are stopping recording now. I haven't said we've stopped recording. We are now stopping the recording. This will be an active participatory discussion, and the plan is to